became really working hard at being a VHF guy, a real source of a signal on VHF. And then I met Dave, N1SAG, and he and I were talking quite a bit. And he had to tell his buddy Ray, N1DVL, about this wicked powerful signal. Hang on one second, honey. John, BYP, and who else? The first ones I talked to on 2-meter sideband. I just forgotten it. Judd, K2CBA. I can't believe I had that blank. Thank you, sweetheart. And it doesn't matter. So anyway, so then Ray comes in one day, and we're having a pecker matching contest to who's going to be stronger, right? So I, of course, since that day in 2000, 1999, 1990, probably 1998 and a half, 1999, I've been kicking Ray's ass all over ham radio for years and years and years. So we got to be, pals. Either we were going to hate each other or we were going to really be friends, and we became good friends. And so then I was big into ham radio and big into contesting and all these things. And I had a wife back in the 2000s that hated hams, hated ham radio, hated basically anything to do with me. And so one day I just went out. It was a contest. I was gonna win the contest, and I was getting ready for the contest. And then she gave me a bunch of grief. So I just went outside and knocked the towers down, took the antennas off first, knocked the towers down, gave away my whole AM station, and then for years Ray would call me on the telephone. You getting back into ham radio? And yeah, maybe one day. I was like kind of depressed. So long story long, life didn't get better with my ex-wife, and I built a house up in Montgomery County, up in Glen, one of the highest points in Montgomery County. And I built this house with one of the reasons as I was going to put up a big station for VHF. And I got the house all built, and I was working like a fiend, working 7 days a week and all these things. And I decided I was going to put my station back together, and then she started, kind of going, this house is too nice for towers and beams, and so I didn't have the battle after that. What happened was I went through a wicked bad divorce, and then a few years later, I'm in a new relationship. The divorce is behind me, and when I built the house up in Glen, I bought an ICOM 746. Actually, Ray helped me get it. He was really excited about me getting this new radio, and then, I was going to build this house. I built the house. I was going to put up some towers and run this new radio and all this stuff I was going to do. And then the divorce hit. So I moved away. And I was in a new relationship, and I always had this radio in the basement. And Maureen, who I met when I was in third grade, we went to school together. We've been always friends. And anyway, so she says, "What's this thing in the basement? This radio? What's that all about?" Because her dad was a radio man in a war. And I told her, and she goes, "Oh, you should hook that thing up." And so then I hooked it up, and we were listening to some hurricane nets and different things, and then little by little, I decided to get back into ham radio, and with her prodding, and so then I got back with Ray. We were talking, that was funny. So I was in Rochester, and then we moved here. I don't know, maybe 5 years ago now. So I guess to answer your question, the Toad Harbor net. I'm going through bits and pieces here, but the Toad Harbor net started about 5 years ago. KV2ZVP.
That's a great story. Very nice. Well, thanks for sharing that with me. I appreciate it. It's a nice history. It gives me a little bit of context with you and Ray, and very good. Well, yeah, I'm on my second. I'm divorced. for a long years with the first one, and then, sometimes it takes you a while to meet your true, life mate, and so sounds like it was meant to be when she saw the radio. Hey, what is this? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, but I'm glad you came up with the Toad Harbor idea too. Good thinking on your feet and everything, and it's been nice. I've been doing a lot of research and reading around after listening to you and the other fellows talk. So it's entertaining, it's stimulating, and educational too. So that's all good stuff. Anyway, I'm going to have to duck out for a few minutes here. I got to see if I can get rid of 2 pieces of traffic, Randy, and then I'll come back in. By that time, I'm sure things will be heating up pretty good for you. Say hello to your young lady for me, and I will catch you in a little bit, I hope. But good to hear you again, Randy. Nice signals always. You're like 10 plus over here. And I'm on a compromised antenna. Helically wound vertical, goes up about 24 feet, and I have about 16 radials right now, so we'll get better. But I'm looking at other options too, Toad Harbor options. So thanks, Randy. KT Tootie.
Yeah, I should come by your place sometime, and we could compare my mobile antenna to your helically wound antenna and see if there's a difference, and it might be an antenna that would be something that you'd be willing to try someday. Anyway, yeah, good to talk to you, Bob, and I've got a whole bunch more of that history that I'd like to wrap into all this. So when you get done with your traffic, if there's not a whole lot of people here, I'll tell you some more stuff that I think would be interesting to you. It seems like you really do pay attention to this stuff. So yeah, let me know when you get back, and I can fill in some more of the gaps, some of the good gaps. KT2D, KB2ZVP.
Okay, Randy. Sure, no, I'd be glad to. I do enjoy it, and you spin a good yarn too, and that's always nice. I'm afraid to compare my helically wound vertical against your mobile. Your mobile is pretty awesome. But anyway, sure. All right, we'll catch you later. 7:30 KT Tootie.
Well, it'd be a good comparison for sure. And then you'd know if where improvements can be made, if not, if at all. Anyway, 73 for now, Bob. I hope you get back in here shortly. KB2ZVP.
Roger, 73.
So who else is out there? Who else is listening along here on the world famous Toad Harbor net?
Whiskey 1, Julia.
Kilo Alpha 3, Sierra Victor Kilo.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Christopher.
Hey, I just wanted to say I really enjoyed your little story. I hope I catch the rest of it.
Oh, there's so much more. I got to tell you, man, Jack, and it's the nice part is I don't have to BS or make up anything. It's just the truth, but anyway, I've had it was funny. Maureen's asked, we were just talking about this on the couch. She had to go over and take care of the next door neighbor's dog, and we were just talking about things that in our lives that we'd like to change or we wish we could change, And I said, well, the only thing that I really wish I could change really is the fact that I didn't serve our country for the military. I'd like to have done that. I wish if I had a regret, that's the one regret. The fact that I was married to somebody else before and all those, you can't regret that because I got 2 wonderful kids that came from that. So, I'd like to change things up a little bit. But the one regret that I have is that I didn't serve in the military. I really love this country, and I'm very, very patriotic. And I was always been working, and it just didn't fall into my plan. I always had a job. So, but anyway, and we were talking about other things that go along with ham radio. So that's when, if Bob comes back, I could tell you, I could fill in some blanks about Maureen and myself.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, by your age, you're between wars, aren't you?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, well, I'm after World War II and way before 9/11.
Yeah, well, I've been fortunate. I've been blessed. I've been married to the same woman for 48 years, and that's been very good for me because
Sounds like a curse.
and I was pretty much a mess, and she stuck with me.
Yeah, so, well, I'd like to tell you the story of Maureen, my wife, you know, but I don't know, maybe it gets whatever it gets, but you know, I'd like to have Bob in here to listen to, but one day we'll talk about that. We have a pretty cool story.
Yeah, so do I. I met my wife, actually, I think she was 16 or 17, and she worked in a local candy store. And she was cute, and I was very shy. And I ended up asking her to go out when she was 17 or 18. But instead, I canceled the date and went drag racing, so that went over well. And then the next day, I shipped out to Vietnam, and I came back home a year later, luckily, and she was still there, and she flagged me down the street, and that was the end of the story.
Oh, wow, that's a great story. That's a really, really great story.
Yeah, you never know how things are going to work out.
Christopher, what's your story? Well, Chris was in there.
I stepped away, and I heard you say something. What story? I have too many stories.
How long you been married?
About 40 plus years.
40 plus years.
Holy Jesus. Yep. Got married when I was 21, and never looked back.
Well, God bless you. That's wonderful.
No regrets. It's pretty interesting. But anyway, I have some stories, crazy stories, but some of them I don't want to get into. But I did have one that was my lucky van that when I was about 16. That was an interesting deal, how I went from a stock van to a custom van.
If you look up Jack, he's got pictures of his hot rod, and Jack is an old drag racer.
Was that the guy you told me about that had that one I looked up?
No, Jack's in here right now.
Oh, okay. I remember you telling me about the one guy I looked up on the internet and saw his custom vehicle that I think was an older car that he had fixed up, and he had some business.
Yeah, Jack is W1JAC. Look him up. You can see his little dragster on the back of his pickup truck, or back of his flatbed truck.
Hey, Randy, that was a concrete block delivery truck.
Is that right?
And that belonged to a company called Garofalo and Jensen, and I bought that off them for $600.
Wow, $600. Well, it's probably a lot of money back then.
Yeah, then I sold it to a guy, and he used it to haul a stock car around, so it had a good life.
Hey, Randy, did you ever run nitrous oxide on your trucks?
Yeah, I sure did.
Oh, that's some crazy stuff, ain't it?
Well, nitrous oxide is okay, but it doesn't do much for diesel trucks. Not near what it does for gasoline-powered trucks.
Yeah, I can believe that. I really don't think nitrous is the way to go anymore. I think it's straight up turbos. They seem to be they just work real well, and there's less stress on the engine.
Well, the diesels can take nitrous a lot better than gas can. But I've got a 20-pound nitrous tank out there now, still full of nitrous, you know. But yeah, nitrous is rougher on gas motors than it is on diesel motors. But the diesel motors are just built so much stronger because they're used to using that heavy-duty compression, you know.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I I used to run nitrous on my car, the one you see on the web page here, and it didn't fare so well. The engine really wasn't designed for it. I had too high compression. I should have lowered compression, which I didn't want to do that. But it seems like the head gaskets are a little thin between the walls of the water ports, and yeah, it was pretty much. I think the problem was between the water ports. And I used to blow the gasket into the water ports. I'd run nitrous at the track, and I said, no more nitrous. Did that 2 or 3 times. I put a piston in the pan one time, and so after that I said, nope, that's got to go away.
Yeah, nitrous can be tough on gas motors for sure. I know when I put my nitrous on my truck, I was it was already built. The engine was built. It had 100 pounds of boost off the second turbo. So I had major head gasket work done. I had major head stud stuff done. So the nitrous was it added on a dyno. Probably, I don't know what it added on it because I didn't do the truck on a dyno with nitrous. But we did it before the nitrous many times. But I think the nitrous probably added 100 horsepower or something, but wasn't astronomical like it does on gas motors.
Yeah, that might be true. The one I had was just it wasn't a big kit. It was one of the small single stage kits that it gave about a 175 boost. But I could never use it in first gear because the street tires couldn't take it. But when I took it down the track, it cut almost 2 seconds off the quarter mile if I'm using it from second to third gear. So it's pretty impressive stuff, but it's just brutal on the cars. I wouldn't do it again. I got the car running as good as when I ran the nitrous with the way the engine is now. So to me, it's better just to build the engine for my purpose anyway. AMC engines are not made for racing. That's about all I can say.
Yeah, we had a nitrous injector through the air plenum, and then we also had nitrous blowing on the intercooler. So, it was kind of a custom kit trying to cool down the charge. I also had an ice box where we were freezing or cooling the fuel line as best I could. There's so many things that we did to that truck. To get it to run in the tens. It was an 8,380-pound truck that ran 10.3. So we did a lot of work to that truck to get it to go that fast, and it just it certainly wasn't worth it as far as financial contributions and all that, but it was a lot of fun, so I don't regret it. Well, I should say I don't regret it much.
It was fun what happened. Yep. Hey, what kind of tires did you run that thing?
3600 or 36-inch tall 1250 tires that you'd run on the street. They were 36 inches tall and 12. It was a dually, so I ran all six tires were 36 1250s. Go ahead, Jack.
Hey, before I go, I just wanted to say something. Did you see that Alpha for sale on eBay?
The one for $6,000 in California, the SX.
Yeah, it's on there today. You're gonna love this one. It's $1,000. Takes you. It's in New York, and it's got 40 sides.
Wait, it's on eBay?
Yeah, it was on eBay this morning.
What Alpha is it?
77.
With wooden sides, eBay. Okay.
An old man had it. You ought to see. He's got stuff stuck on the front. I just wonder what you thought of it.
I don't. Oh. This must be it right here. Okay, let me look it up. See, the early models of those were. Oh, it's sold. It said it's sold. It's sold for $800.
I wonder how it got wooden sides.
Yeah. It looks like mine. Who knows what these guys do to these things, right? So it's a 77. 77. Condition is used. Pickup only. Rare. Go to link. PA is a 77. So I've got to read through this.
Yeah, I looked. It was out on Long Island.
He's got tape stuck all over the thing.
Yeah, and it looks like the knob. It's had a tough life. I'll tell you, I never saw a finer looking piece of machinery for an amplifier.
Yeah, I love this thing I got here. I truly do. I got to tell you, I don't need another amplifier in my lifetime. I don't think, I've always wanted one of these old Alphas, and for a lot of years I couldn't afford it, and now I can afford it. So I've finally got something I've really wanted for a long time.
Well, I don't blame you. When you look inside them, and they're just a nice, well-designed, robust machine.
Yeah. They set out to build the best machine for the time, for its age, that money could buy. You know what I mean? And geez, this thing looks like it's in tough shape, man. Even the center of the knob is missing. The chrome piece that gets glued in. Wow, this thing looks like it was towed behind a truck.
I'd like to see you take that down to that Bird guy to have him fix it up.
Yeah, I talked to him quite a bit, Bird. He's a good guy. He is really a good guy.
All right, I'm going to have to say 73, so I got something I got to take care of. I might come back later. So thanks a lot, Randy and Chris. Whiskey 1, Juliet Alpha Charlie. I'll be moving on.
Okay, see you later, Jack. Good to talk to you as always. Always good to talk to you. 73.
You all expect any more snow out there, Randy? K3SVK.
It's snowing like hell out here right now. Snowing heavy.
Yeah, they're saying we're supposed to get some snow tomorrow. We'll see what happens. I think 6 inches or something.
Yeah, if you look at the weather radar, you'll see it's coming right off the lakes. It's coming in pretty good.
How many inches have you had this year, then?
I used to keep track of it. I lost track. I know Syracuse is about 100 inches. We're way more than they are, but I don't think we're anywhere near like 250, 300.
You get a lot of snow up there. I go crazy if I had that much snow.
Yeah, I think Syracuse is behind, actually, about 10 inches behind normal. By now, they should have, 100. Syracuse, the city, gets 120 inches or so, something like that on average.
Yeah, I'm spoiled. Our average is like 16 to 18.
Oh yeah, that's not even snow. That's just a little tiny bit here and there.
Yeah, I know. We don't have any snow compared to what you get. I think our worst snow for 1 year is like a joke to y'all. I think it was like about 70 inches, and that was our worst year.
How many inches?
70 inches.
Oh, that's quite a bit. That's quite a bit for a city to get,
Yeah, this is nothing compared to a couple hundred.
Yeah, but out here we're able to get rid of it. We're able to push it off or blow it off into far ranges. But where you guys are, there's not a lot of places, and you don't have the equipment that we have to handle it.
Hey, that's true. I think the worst one, the one we had like 70 inches, we had two 18-inch ones back to back. One day, skipped a day, and then we had another one And then when I was done doing the driveway, I had over 5-foot snow drifts, 5 foot worth of snow on both sides of my driveway. It was the funniest looking thing I ever seen. It took forever for that snow to melt. Like you said, we had no place to put it. And it took them, I think that we were snowed in and plows didn't come through for, I think it was the 4th day they came through.
Yeah, see, up north of us, they get 20, 30 inches a day like nothing. You know, it's not even a big deal.
Yeah, we're spoiled.
Well, I'll tell you, it's just what you're used to, you know. It's just what you're used to.
Yep, Florida. You know what? Florida's nice, but I tell you, the summer times are too hot. I don't think I'd like it.
I don't think I would like it in the summertime. I was down there, a couple weeks ago, and I sure did like it then.
Well, you went down to the best time of year. My daughter and her son, my daughter and her husband went down there last week. We had the kids for 4 days, and watched them while they were in Florida, and they had a blast. But this kid's wore me out.
Yeah, I bet you they did.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but all done. They had a good time. That's all. They'll remember it. Is your son married?
No, he's got a girlfriend. He's got a girlfriend and a kid, but they're not married.
Oh, okay. Well, how old's the kid? Her kid?
How's what?
How old is your son's girlfriend's kid?
They're what is she? She's 6 now. I think she's 6. Yeah, 6.
Oh, that's a fun age.
Yeah, I get to spend time with her. So I've got a 6-year-old granddaughter. I've got a little over a year-old granddaughter, and I've got another grandchild on the way. So we've got Maureen's. We're on our second marriage, right? So she had a son who's had a daughter, and she's just wonderful. We saw her last weekend. So we got 2 grandchildren and a third one on the way.
Oh, that's great. And I was going to say on that, how many months along is she?
Well, I can't think of the math right now, but she's due in June.
Okay, so she's about halfway.
Yeah, yep. She's getting along pretty well.
Yeah, my daughter's planning on having another one. So she's going to have her hands full. She'll have 3.
Well, that's awesome. Well, it just depends on what the person. I mean, back in the old days, they had lots of kids, but nowadays they don't have as many kids.
Yeah, I got to do is get my son to have one with his girlfriend. Well, if they get married, if they get along real well, I suspect they will someday. She wants to have kids, but they're not married yet. So what's new and exciting? Anything, did I miss anything the last couple of days?
No, it's been quiet here. Everybody's been kind of in a funk.
Yeah, I heard you on 60 earlier. I was going to jump in there, but you were bailing out to go into the store, so I just let it go. But I was going to say hi, but you were ready to bail out, so I didn't want to get in there.
On 60, who was I talking with?
60 meters on channel 2, someone around, I don't know, around 3 or 4, I guess. I think that's what it might have been.
Okay, very good. We just got what's new and exciting. What's your name? Lola just made an appearance into the world famous Toad Harbor Net ham shack here. Lola is Maureen's little rabbit. And this little rabbit is getting old, and we had to bring it to the vets today. And now she has to feed it by hand because the rabbit's getting old. So she's got some good high-energy food, and Lola's having a little tough time with her mouth. So Maureen's, yeah, it's a temporary thing, but Maureen's taking good care of this little Lola.
Oh, that's nice. Is it a typical white rabbit, or what color?
Yeah, she's white and black, and she's getting to be about 10 years old now, I think. And that's about what she's going to live, you know. So she was not feeling too good the last couple of days, and Maureen thought she had some teeth problems, but they all look good. I think that maybe she has a little infection or something. So we went to the vet today and got about $100 worth of medicine and food, and I think that Lola's going to be sticking around with us for a little while longer. At least she'll make it through the spring and into the summer, I'm sure.
Oh, that's great. My sister used to have white rabbits, white and black, and some straight up all white rabbits. I remember that one a lot. We used to call it a snowball. Cute little thing. Well, actually, it wasn't little. It grew up to be very big, but they were a lot of fun. And they watched them crow kick. That's what I call it, crow kick, where they just jump up and look like a horse bucking.
Yeah, she's only 2 pounds, like 2.4 pounds. She's a little tiny thing. But Maureen's like, you know, she's all excited because she'll live to have some more dandelion leaves, and she loves those dandelion leaves. So, and Maureen sets up a little fence outside, and she'll go out there, and Bromley, the dog, will jump in the fence with her to keep track of the hawks and stuff, make sure nothing bothers her. But yeah, she's a sweet little rabbit, and you know, she'll get to have more dandelion leaves before she goes off to rabbit heaven, wherever that might be. KB2ZVP.
Rabbit heaven. Okay, wherever that might be. That's like my wife says she wants to go to dog heaven. K3SPK.
She is the sweetest little rabbit. Anyway, so, yeah. And there they go.
So the Alpha 77 you saw on eBay, was it a beat up old thing?
Yeah, it had I bet you there's a lot of stories it could tell.
It looked like a good fixer-upper, though?
Well, sure, they're all good fixer-uppers, you know.
Yeah, if all the basic parts are there, you can put it back together. I think you still buy remanufactured faceplates and stuff like that, knobs.
Oh, it's all available, yep. It's a very popular amplifier, so all that stuff is available.
A little TLC, you can put it back together then. Yeah, probably, I don't know, Don. Depends on how much the parts cost. If a tube was bad, well, then you might be looking at some big bucks.
Well, it's an 8877 amp, so it's not a big deal to buy a tube.
Year 8877?
No, the tube is an 8877. It's, that's the size of the tube.
I'm not familiar with what tubes go in it. They very expensive?
Not terrible. I don't even know. RF parts. Let's find out.
I'm going to guess $1,200.
I think they're less than that. Let's see. Amplifiers, power supplies. Let's look at the RF parts. I think they're $800 or $900, something like that.
On those ceramic tubes, do they usually have a certain amount of time for warm up?
Yeah, this has got 3 minutes before you can transmit with it.
Is that pretty typical for ceramic?
Yes, it is. Very much so.
I didn't realize that. I thought they'd be shorter than that, but everybody I know that has ceramic tubes say, I gotta wait, I'm not ready. And I guess mine is these tubes here. What are they? 4 or 5 seconds, and they're ready to go on the 3500s.
Yeah, right. 3 or 4 seconds. So the 3CX 8877 or 3CX 1500 A7 is the same tube, and they're $7.99.
Well, that's not bad for how much power they put out.
Yeah, that's right. You get like 3,000 watts out of each tube without too much trouble.
They actually take care of them to last forever.
Well, this amplifier was built in February 20th, 1984. So, 1984. So what's that? 20 years. This is 30 years, but 30 odd years or so. It's the same tube still in it. It'll still do 3,000 watts.
Well, ceramic tubes, not knowing anything about them, they don't have the same principle as glass tubes. They don't go gassy or anything, right?
Well, I didn't think they could, but somebody told me yes, they absolutely can.
I did not know that. I thought being ceramic, it wouldn't have that same issue. That's very interesting. That's very interesting because I was looking at amplifiers that have ceramic tubes, some of them with single ones and some of them with dual ones, the newer ones. And I thought as long as you took care of it, you wouldn't have to worry about that kind of thing going on.
No, they still do. I have one here that's really old, and I plugged it in, and as soon as I turned it on, it blows the relay, or blows the fuse. And I didn't let it burn in very long, so I may have goofed up in that respect, but I might try plugging that in again sometime and just let her sit and idle.
Well, I don't know that much about tubes, so that's my ignorance. What exactly goes on to make it blow a fuse?
Well, it arced over in the grid, I guess. So if they get gassy, they can have a short. Looks electrically like a short. So, and I plugged one in, and I didn't let it sit and idle for like a day. I just plugged it in, hit high voltage to it, and it shorted internally.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah.
Joe, KMOJ. How you doing?
Good, Joe. How you doing?
Good. Do me a favor. Take me off your text group list, would you? You sent me 18 texts the other night.
Just trying to keep you involved with the group.
I bring my phone to bed because we have some elderly people in the family, and we want to be in touch. My wife said, "Would you take that thing and throw it away, please?"
I understand. Gotcha.
Right. I woke up in the morning after I looked at it. I had 18 texts of you.
Well, not from me, from the group, but that just means we're thinking of you, Joe.
I do appreciate it, but I didn't see. What was that? Last night, the night before?
Oh, I don't know. I got so many group text messages that I'm part of that I never know who's on them and where they're coming from.
Yeah, it was goofy. And I'd gotten a few before that, and I said, I just let those go, no problem. But that night was, I said, no, they can take me out of that group.
I got it. I'll take care of it for you. Yep. Yeah, and once they start, it's hard to figure out how to stop it, right? Because it could could be 2 months from now, and somebody will see that name, and they just don't realize that there's 18 other people attached to that name, and then they send a text, and I think, oh Jesus, now they're gonna have a whole bunch of other people in there that don't need to be involved in this one. So I got it. I'll take care of it.
All right, appreciate it. Only running 56 watts here, and I didn't even turn the damn amp on, but glad you could hear me. Glad everything's well with you.
Oh, you're doing good. Yeah, you're 10 over 9. No sweat. How's the 7800 working for you?
No complaints. I like looking at it.
Yeah, they're nice radios for sure.
Yeah. I very much enjoy it. So, all right, you guys carry on, and I'm going to scoot around here and see if I can't work a little bit of the contest. So 73 K1JDK.
Okay, Joe. See you later. 73.
N1 WHA.
Who's the N1?
N1 WHA.
WHA. Go ahead.
Hey, Randy. I got that antenna hooked up that you helped me out with, and hopefully I'm sending a signal to you that you can copy. Over.
Yeah, you're doing good. It's early right now, Bill, but it's so it's not going to be really like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. But you're doing a good job here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ray was looking for you the other night. He was asking how you were making out.
Yeah, I think I blew Ray's mind the other night.
Oh, really? Why?
He found out I was a dentist.
Oh, he hasn't stopped talking about that. I purposely didn't bring that up to him.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't have a computer, I guess, so he doesn't have QRZ. And so he couldn't look me up. But the conversation came up, and somebody else that was talking in there said something about the DMD after my name. And he went all kinds of crazy when he found out I was a dentist.
Well, he likes having, like the last guy that was just in there. That's Joe from Cobra Antennas, and he likes it when we have, we've got a couple lawyers that come in. We had a psychiatrist that came in, but they just couldn't hang, and then we've got a bunch of doctors that come in, PhD type doctors of science, and now you're the first dentist, so you're like up on a pedestal.
Nah, I'm just a average guy. I put my pants on one leg at a time like everybody else, and I have more friends that are blue collar than I do that are professional people, and I prefer it that way.
Yeah, sure. I completely understand. He was a little disappointed that you wouldn't spend a fortune on your ham radio station. He said that you were only allowed to spend money that you made plowing snow. And I said, what are you talking about? He's got to be loaded. He's a dentist. No. He can't spend any money that's not made by plowing snow on his ham radio. He goes, we've got to talk to his wife.
Now, this August 16th, I will be married 50 years, and it's been 50 great years. She's a wonderful woman. We have an understanding. She has her hobbies, I have mine, and I pay for my toys and my fun times with my snowplow money that I've done for 39 years. I have a Harley Davidson. I have an off-road Jeep. I shoot trap. And now I'm on ham radio. And I've funded all of those hobbies without touching any of the household budget, and that keeps me in the good stead with the wife and the household budget, and I don't have a problem with that. It's worked out very well for 50 years.
Well, if it's working for you, don't screw it up, right? So, yeah, very good. I've done a lot of off-roading and a lot of shooting. And what was the other thing you said you did? I forget now. But anyway, I understand completely. And like I said, if you got something that's working, don't screw it up.
Yep, that's right. Back in the 90s, I was into antique cars. I did 3 complete frame-off restorations on different cars. I had a 68 Corvette Roadster, a 73 Cadillac Eldorado, and a '69 Chevelle SS, and I didn't spend a dime of household money on it, and it made me happy, it kept her happy, and, it all works for me.
Yeah, very good. Well, this is a great hobby. I think it's a great hobby, and as you get older, where you're able to do less and less of the physical stuff, rebuilding cars and stuff takes some physical energy and strength that as you get older you might not have, but at least the ham radio is still there for us, for older folk, right? And it helps, I think, keep the mind clear, and it helps. I just think it's a great hobby. As you get older, you can age into it. I've done all kinds of crazy stuff, and I do a lot of steel fabricating, and I do a lot of really rough stuff. But as I get older, I kind of gravitate toward more toward ham radio, and that's why I'm kind of setting up my station with this real expensive radio and the amplifier that I've always wanted, and all that stuff. I'm doing that because as I age out a little bit here, I'm thinking that I won't be able to afford to get all this stuff when I'm a little bit older, and so I'm trying to build a station like a dream station.
Yeah, Roger that. Well, the Democrats keep going towards the socialism. There's not going to be any of us can afford too much, so we got to do what we can now before the stupidity takes over.
Oh my gosh, it's so crazy, just crazy that this kind of stuff happens, and it just seems to me that my dilemma is I've got a lot of friends of mine, really close friends that are Democrats, and not so much, I won't say they're Democrats, but they vote Democratic and they don't like Trump and all these things, and I've got a cousin that we were very, very close, but she teaches school, and as things go, she's gotten more left, and I've gotten, I'm fighting as much as I can go right, center to right, and now we don't even talk anymore. We don't not talk, but we don't talk. You know what I mean? We're not like we won't talk because of that, but we don't talk because of that, and I've got so many wonderfully bright people that are close to me that they just don't see my point of view, and I don't see theirs. So we're someplace in the middle. Somebody's got to be right someplace along the way, and I think that we're right, and they think that they're right. So how do you figure that one out?
Well, if they think they're right, all they got to do is look at Venezuela right now, look at Greece, look at England, look at most of the European countries that have gone socialism. You can't perpetuate it once you run out of other people's money. And when you said she was a teacher, that just clicked a thing in my mind, that the teachers have been leaning towards not teaching more than have been teaching. They want to stop teaching history because they don't want the kids to be offended. Well, that is the history of the world. And the definition in my mind of stupidity is trying to do the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. And that's where history comes in. You look at history, you see what failed, 2, 3, 4, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago. And what failed was the idea that everybody is equal, everybody should make the same amount of money, and we all should take and pool our money into one fund to take care of everybody else. Well, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't create the atmosphere for people to excel. It doesn't create the atmosphere for people to invent things and do things that haven't been done before. Because if you're all getting the same amount of pay, if you're all getting the same amount of reward, why should you get off your duff and try to do something better or more than someone else?
I totally agree. I simply just totally agree. Why like with Bernie Sanders, Feel the Burn Bernie, he's talking about, and it's just it's just beginning and ending in socialism. It's just how it is. You just don't have to rename it. It's already named. It's socialism, and it didn't work 1,000 years ago. It didn't work 500 years ago. It didn't work 100 years ago. Not 10 years ago, and a year ago it didn't work. Okay, it hasn't worked ever, and you can't give everybody the same amount of pay and give everybody the same exact everything if you don't have somebody you're taking it from. And I work way too hard. You don't know me that well, but I work a lot, and I'm happy to do it. But I get paid for what I do, and I'll be damned if I'm going to turn around and give it to somebody that's not working. Now, what I don't understand about guys like Bernie Sanders is he's got three mansions, he's got millions of dollars. This guy's worth all kinds of money, but he's not giving away his money. He's not giving away his wealth. He's not. He earned he raised $10 million for his campaign fund. He's not giving it to the rest of the Democrats so they can share and they can all campaign together equally. You know, he's not a socialist, but yet he promotes socialism because these morons, I shouldn't say morons, that's just no, it's true, they're morons. These stupid people believe that that's actually something that's doable. And who are they? They're the people that don't work. They're the people that are on the dole, on the government's, dole, and they're getting the free money and they're getting the welfare and they're all this. And they love Bernie Sanders because he's got a message for them. Stay lazy. Don't get off your ass, and we're going to take care of you.
Yeah, but he's going to make money off of them. His campaign money. We had one here in Connecticut. A school teacher from the town I spent my youth in, Woolpit, Connecticut. She did something and was named Teacher of the Year or whatever. And all of a sudden she decided she should run for Congress. Joanna Hayes is her name. And, she got $1.4 or $5 million for her campaign fund. She promised that she was not going to vote for Pelosi to be Speaker of the House and all this other stuff. Well, as soon as she got elected, she just folded over. She did not spend the $1.4 million of campaign money. She had over $600,000 left over, and she pocketed that. And that's what Sanders is doing. But these people can't see it. They can't see that the ones that are proposing socialism, that they're expounding on it, they're only doing it to line their own pockets. But these people are too stupid to figure that out.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. These guys, they become congressmen. They get a salary of $150,000 a year, or just a few years ago, $90,000 or $100,000 a year, and they become Congress people. They're in it for 10 years, and all of a sudden they're worth $300 million. What's wrong with that picture?
Yeah, I've never met a poor congressperson, whether it's state or federal. They figure out a way to line their pockets at the expense of the people that they're supposed to be representing. But the people that they're representing, they don't understand that. They don't see it. I really can't figure out why. But like you, I've worked hard all my life. I've been a dentist for 46 years. I started out when I was a kid at 12 years old wanting to be a dentist. I got part-time jobs. I paid my own way through college. I paid my own way through dental school. I worked after school as a nurse in the hospital when I went to school in Philadelphia. I got married. My wife worked as a nurse. We pooled our funds. And I have worked hard for 46 years to get to where I am right now. And I'll be darned if I'm going to sit back idly and let somebody else who doesn't want to work, who wants to just sit on their butt, collect and let me pay for them. I'm not going to do it if I can help it.
Oh, that's right. You can't allow yourself to do it. And that's the big thing, right? You got to just say, okay, I'm not going to do it, and that's all there is to it. And you hoard up all the cash you can, save all the money you can, and then you retire. And you just live off the money that you've earned. and stop paying in, because that's the problem. They just keep taxing and taxing and taxing, and you're at 25% tax, and you're at 30 and 35, and the more money you make, the higher the tax you pay in. And New York State is pretty rough. I know it's in Connecticut; it's really bad as well. But and these people just sit on their asses, not being a good a building member of society. They just take their whole life. They take, and then they're brought up that way, and then they bring kids that are that way, and there was a radio show on, and a young lady called in, and they were talking to these two DJ guys were talking about the system. And then this young lady called up, and she said, well, let me ask you a question. She said, if I offered you a job tomorrow, or if I told you I want you to stay home for the next year, and I'm going to pay you $90,000. I'm going to pay you $90,000, and what I want you to do is stay home and not work. What would you do? And the guy said, well, I would stay home immediately. I would go home, the DJ guy. And she goes, well, that's what I'm offered. I've got an Obama phone. I got health insurance for my kids. I get to stay home with my kids. I get to teach them and train them the way I want them to be trained and taught. And the government, they're always calling me and saying, I got this program or that program that I'm going to offer you. And she says, look, I kind of feel bad because I'm taking the money from the government, but the fact of the matter is the government's going to give that money to somebody. So the problem isn't really the people. So it's the fact of the matter is the problem is the government who's offering all these different whatever they call them, these what would you call it? It's programs. It's all these different programs the government offers these people, and they're just taking advantage of it. They just say, yes, sign me up.
Yeah, we had a thing here in Connecticut a couple of years back, and some woman went in and had to fill out some paperwork for something. I forget what it was. And they asked her what she was, and she said, well, I'm the head of the household. And they said, oh, okay, well, what's your job? Oh, I don't have a job. Well, how do you figure you're the head of the household if you don't have a job? She said, well, I've got 6 kids, and I get $1,500 a month for each kid, and that's what we live on. So I'm the breadwinner. She says, I'm making the money. That's what keeps us going. And that's the problem with the system. And that's the problem with government doing what government shouldn't do. Government was not set up by our forefathers to provide money for people who don't want to work, and take it away from people who are working. And the problem is our government system back in the 1700s, the revolution, 1776 or whatnot, was set up by a bunch of people who were really smart. They were geniuses. And unfortunately now, it's being run by a bunch of stupid people.
Yeah, I don't disagree. KB2ZBP. I don't disagree a bit. They were thinking people. They knew what they had, and they knew what they wanted, and that's a good place to start from, right? But they couldn't imagine, what would happen in the future with technology and where we are today. So it's very difficult for those people in the 1770 to know what we would be up against here in 2019.
Yep, that's the way it is. I'm surprised there's nobody else in here on the Toad Harbor net tonight. Where's Ray tonight?
Who knows? He may be out searching, hunting down women or something. So at 7 o'clock, I guess it should be time for people to start checking in here pretty shortly. So I was on 80 meters today, and I checked into a couple different nets, and holy cow! You would think that I was on 1930. They were all talking about the world famous Toad Harbor net on different bands. I was on 40 meters, same thing happened. So there's a lot lot of people I know that listen here at nighttime. Where's everybody? Come on, check in. Who's listening? Here's KB2ZVP near the top.
And one SAG.
Hello, Dave.
Whiskey Golf 2 Echo.
Hello, Carl.
Randy, Dave, and I'm not sure who our other one is there.
That's Bill the dentist.
N1 WHA. Well, I tell you, Randy, I found a couple of nets on 80 meters, 3933, the Green Mountain net, and 3975, the Vermont net, and I've been telling them what a great job that you guys have done for me, helping me out, figuring out how to build this antenna and getting a tuner to make it work and all. And so I'm not sure, maybe that's where they've heard about the Toad Harbor net, and I'm sure there's other people also. But I've been very happy with the help that you gave me and the emails you sent me and all that, and the help that Randy's given me. So I do appreciate it.
Well, we always try to help people here. I mean, we've been doing it for lots of years, and I'm sure nothing's going to change. So let me I'll let you say hi to actually the guy that I've known the longest here on Ham Radio. Really, not the very longest, but almost the longest is Dave N1SAG, and he introduced Ray and I back in like 1998, probably 1999, something like that. And then shortly after that, I ran into Carl, WG2E. So we've been ham radio friends for many years, Bill. So Bill, say hi to Dave, N1SAG, and then say hi to Carl, Whiskey Golf 2 Echo.
Yeah. Hello, Bill. N1SAG, Dave here.
Yeah, Dave, how you doing? Nice to talk to you. N1WHA here in Norfolk, Connecticut.
Norfolk? Yeah, I'm down here in New Hartford in the Nepog area.
Yeah, roger that. We're not too far apart. We've actually been on the net at the same time before. Are you related to the ham from Winstead that has the construction company?
Well, yeah, Mike.
Yeah, because I used to live on Highland Lake, and Mike and I were friends. In fact, his daughter years ago was in a contest for the Laura Queen in Winstead, and I had a 1973 Cadillac Eldorado convertible, and I drove her in the Laura Queen parade that year.
Yeah, Mike's my brother, yeah. Well, he sold the house up at the lake, and he's building a house in South Carolina.
Smart move.
Yeah, he's heading down there as soon as he finishes up business here. He's got some more property that he's in a deal right now, and once he settles up and gets the house built down there, he'll be down there, and he can't take it anymore. You know, the taxes and all that. And of course, he's retired now, so there's no income from the construction company anymore. So he's on his way down. N1SAG. Carl. Where's Carl?
Oh, he's here. I thought you turned it over to Bill. Well, I'll say hi to Bill. This is Carl, Whiskey Golf 2 Echo. I'm a bit west of Schenectady, New York. And I heard you there thanking the Toad Harbor net for things. And I'm a case in point. If it wasn't for the Toad Harbor net, I probably wouldn't be doing as well as I am today.
Yeah, roger that. I just hit the button on this hand mic. I bought an ICOM 7300 and I've loved it, but it's got the hand mic on it, and on the top of the mic it's got two tuning buttons, and I have a big hand, and if I get carried away with my fingers, I hit the darn tuning things and I jump from one frequency to the other. And I was just talking to Dave there about his other, and the next thing I know I'm up on 80 meters, so I apologize for that. But I asked Dave who was running the business now, because when I get down old Route 8 every once in a while, it's still there, and I think it's still got the Ham name on it, but I wasn't sure who was running it.
Yeah, no, he's still there. He's still running it. I mean, he's all done with the contracting part of it. He's just settling up business now with selling the property there on the Winstead Road, and that'll be it. Over.
Yeah, roger that. Yeah, I'm trying to get a mic on a boom here. I bought a Heil PR40, and I went online, and that was my first mistake. You go online and you look at a picture and you think you're buying the complete package, and then when it comes you figure out that, oh no, it needs something else. But I ordered the Heil PR40 and a boom and a shock mount, and I ordered a cable to hook it up to my ICOM 7300. And in the picture it shows a little pigtail coming off of it, and it looked like to me to push the talk button, but it's not. It's just the female connector for the 1/4 inch audio plug. So today I had to get online and order the push-to-talk control so that I can plug it into there. So I still can't use the new mic, so I'm using this handheld one. And like I said, with my big hand and jumping around like I do, every once in a while I hit the buttons on the top and I change the frequency, N1 WHA.
You ought to be able to disable that either with a switch on the mic or in the radio.
I'm sure I could, but I haven't taken the time to go into the menu and look for the disable. I thought I had the problem all solved and I was going to be up and running this weekend because it was supposed to be delivered on Thursday. But, you know, I could take the time and try to figure out how to do it, but I've just been lazy and haven't done it. I've actually been running back and forth. Most of what I've got here I have paid for by plowing snow. Randy heard the story over the last couple of weeks. And with the snowstorms we've had, my office building is in Waterbury. I live here in Norfolk, so it's a 40-mile ride down to Waterbury. And the way things have been happening, it seems to snow overnight, and then I've got to go down on the day that I'm off because I'm semi-retired. So Thursday morning I had to get down and plow snow. This morning I had to get down and plow. So it takes away time, and I've got a couple grandchildren that I like to spend time with. So it hasn't been a priority.
Oh yeah, Roger. Well, I got the same setup here. I got an ICOM, and I got an MXL microphone, and I bought the little adapter cord that goes to the microphone, and it's got that little pigtail, like you said, with the 1/4 inch phone jack on it. So I bought a nice little push-to-talk switch. It's a Heil, actually. I got it from HRO, and it's got about a 2-foot cord on it with the 1/4 inch plug, and sits right here on the desk and works really good.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. It's supposed to come by Monday, but they lie like rugs. The cable that I've got now, they swore to me that it was going to be delivered by Thursday. It never came, and it finally came Friday. And I actually paid extra for priority mail, USPS. And they give me a tracking thing on it, and they said that it was left Springfield, Massachusetts at 2:47 a.m. On Thursday, and it arrived in Winstead at 5:46 on Friday morning. So it took 24 hours to go from Springfield to Winstead, and I guess by the time it got to Winstead, the trucks were already loaded, so I never got it until yesterday.
Well, at least you got it. I get a lot of my stuff from Amazon, and I got Amazon Prime, so I can usually get stuff in 2 days. Well, that's kind of an interesting story, is my mom, usually right around Christmas time or so, she sends me a big box of those nice Royal Riviera pears that come from Harry and David, and they're wonderful. And one time in April, I get a box of these pears. They're on my doorstep. And I go, oh, hey, pears. That's cool. And I bring them in the house, and I open them up, and they're all shriveled up and black and everything. And I look at the label, and it should have been delivered back in December. So I checked the tracking number and everything, and sure enough, it should have been at my house in December. So I called up to Harry and David and gave them the tracking number and said this thing finally showed up. So apparently I must have got booted behind some box or a shelf or somewhere and sat around till somebody found it. WG2E.
And one WHA. Go ahead. Anybody else wants to jump in here, go ahead.
You could use that microphone that you have, that PR40, just plug it in, and most ICOMs have a transmit button on the top. Like, I use that a lot. I'll just, like right now I'm using it. I'll just reach over and push the button if I'm going to transmit for a little while. I do have a switch here that I'm using now instead of using a transmit button on a rig. It's just a toggle switch with a light that tells me I'm in transmit mode. But so you could, if you've got a toggle switch, you could wire up a switch real easily. If not, you just hit the transmit button on a rig and use that PR40.
Hey, Randy?
Yeah, roger that. I thought of that. I do have the transmit button. I've also got a 1/4-inch, well, it's a stereo plug. It's not a monaural plug. But anyway, Ray tuned me in on how to wire that up, and I think you got involved in it also, so that I can do CW to use the new tuner to try to set up the radio without blowing up the radio. So the 1/4-inch plug is in the back of my 7300 right now, hot wired, so that I can do CW to tune on the various frequencies. Yeah, I could do it. I could hit the transmit button, but like I said, I've been so busy doing other stuff in the last couple of days that I've just going along with the handheld mic, N1WAJ.
Yeah, hey, Randy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Ray. I want to remind him that if he is going to use that PR40, to go in the menu and shut the BIOS off. Otherwise, you'll blow the element out.
Yeah, you want to do that. You'll have to go in your menu. Well, no, he's got the cord probably coming from Heil, right, Bill?
Roger that. I've got the Heil XLR cord, and it goes from the mic to the radio, and then it's got the pigtail for the push-to-talk.
Oh, yeah, okay. So it has a 1 microfarad canceling capacitor in it. All right.
Yeah, it's already in there. That's a good way to go. But you should go ahead and, you know what, disable that anyway. Drop that voltage off because you don't need it on. Well, unless you switch to your hand mic. I don't know. I shut mine off just because I don't want to have a chance of something going wrong.
Roger that.
Be back in a flash. I've got to go check the weather. It was snowing really hard here. I want to see if I don't have any lights that I can use to say it's snowing or not. I just want to go check. Be back in a flash. KB2ZVP. Go check the weather rock.
Yeah, the best way to check the weather is look out the window.
Yeah, it hasn't snowed at all here. We just had a couple of flakes right around dinner time, but I haven't been upstairs since 6 o'clock, so who knows what it's doing now.
And 3 or more.
Hello, Mark. WG2E.
Good evening.
How's things in PA?
Boring.
Well, not now.
I don't know yet. Haven't been here long enough to make the determination.
No, you just spiced it all up.
Big snow coming tomorrow. Yay. more snow. I can hardly wait.
Yeah, we're supposed to get a couple inches.
Contest is still on.
Yeah, I was tuning around a bit today, seeing it was on. Actually, 15 meters who actually got a little bit busy.
Oh, I didn't hear anything on 15. I heard a little bit of action on 17 meters and a lot of action on 20.
Well, 20 is going to be the workhorse for this contest. But, yeah, there was a lot of beaming south from here on 15 meters. There's a lot of the Caribbean, a lot of South America.
Yeah, I was hearing a lot of that on 20 and whatnot coming up from down there.
We got a couple other people in here too, Mark. Bill, N1WHA, and Dave, N1SAG. I don't know if Dave's still here or not.
Yeah, I'm here, N1SAG. Hi, Mark, Bill, everybody.
Yeah, I didn't want to interfere with the tuner-uppers, so I'll just give it a minute here.
Oh, that's what that AN button is for. Works really good.
Hello, Mark and Dave and everybody. KC3, BYC here.
Everybody, let's all tune up.
Can you hear me, Mark?
Dude, you're so strong, I could hear you if I was in the Antarctic.
Okay. All right, just want to jump in and say hi. Just tuning around.
Has anybody worked anybody in the Antarctic from this band?
I have. Oh, not on this band.
Yeah, on this band. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to put an antenna up down there. You just lay it out across the ice for 200 and some feet. Oh, now they have this labeled as a major storm.
I saw just 6 inches for us, Mark. You might get more down there, but we're only going to get about 6 inches.
At what point does it automatically become major? Over 6 inches. I see.
Well, I have to go up near Binghamton, New York, Monday morning, and I am counting on our Pennsylvania DOT as closing the roads like they have been this year for just 2 or 3 flakes. I'm counting on having Monday off, sleeping in.
Hey, come on, this is the Great White North. Don't worry about it.
The last 2 little storms we've had here, they haven't messed around. They closed the roads up before it even starts snowing. No trucks. So that's okay with me. I don't like driving. I'd like to call in sick every time we get snows anyway. But I'm kind of looking forward to having Monday off. Stay home, have breakfast here at home, and play with the cat and talk on the radio and stuff like that.
Yeah, you know, Governor Cuomo here in New York, apparently one or the other of these last few snowstorms, said they couldn't put any tractor trailers on the thruway or something. That's the first time I ever heard anything like that. That's just crazy.
Yeah, they did that same crap down here the last storm too. Well, not just this little thing here, but that last quote-unquote major storm.
Well, yeah, when it was windy, I think they had that you couldn't take an empty trailer on the thruway because of the windstorm or something. And I think it's Roy, isn't it? This is Carl, Whiskey Golf 2 Echo.
Yes, Carl, it's Roy. And KC3 BYC. And you know, the old days you had some guys with a little bit of talent out there, but these truck drivers, they're in such demand. There's such a shortage of truck drivers. They're taking these guys from Arizona and Florida and all over the place, and expecting them to drive in snow and stuff up here, and they get their flip-flops tangled up in the pedals. Yeah, they wear flip-flops to drive. So I kind of think it's a good thing not allowing them on the road. They just don't have the talent.
We have gates. We have gates now on the entrance of 81. If you want to go from our exit north and the road's closed, they just put the gate down. You can't even get on Route 81.
That state is starting to resemble the Iron Curtain more and more every day.
It's liability now. It's litigation. Everything is oh, you didn't put enough salt on the roads, we're going to sue. So now they just say, well, then don't drive on them.
There was a storm down here a couple of years ago. How about it, Mark? It started during rush hour or something, and the plows couldn't get out to plow the road. There was a couple of million cars stranded on Interstate 78 or 476 or something like that. Plow trucks couldn't plow the road if to save their life.
Wasn't that just this fall?
No, I don't know if that happened this, but a couple of years ago. Matter of fact, the state of Pennsylvania now, they have a salt truck sitting in every crossover, between east and westbound, or north and south. Every crossover, there's a PennDOT guy in there sleeping, waiting for it to snow.
Well, how's he going to know when it's starting to snow if he's asleep?
They have an alarm.
Really?
So it's snowing hard here.
Hi, Randy.
Hey, Roy. How are you?
Couldn't be better.
So I just walked through the living room to check out the weather, and I heard the familiar. What is it? Does anybody know what that is?
Twilight Zone?
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah, they're still playing that.
Yeah, the pipe tones.
Yeah, it's right on. It's on there right now. Maureen's watching it out there.
That's one of my favorite movies, KT Tootie.
I had to force myself away from it because they were just making the encounter. The mothership was just coming through the clouds, and I said, I got to go before I can't go.
I saw that in the theater when it came out.
Yeah, I did too.
That was probably big stuff.
High tech.
Yeah, I was in Germany when it came out, and I saw it both in a U.S. theater and in German. But that was quite a feat for the year.
Mark, did you get your T-shirt?
No.
What are you talking about? It was delivered.
Delivered?
It was delivered days ago.
To where?
Well, to the address on QRZ.
What number's the number on that?
Well, it's your QRZ account.
I'm not on QRZ. That was years ago.
It's 697 Elshman Street, High Spear, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, okay, that's the right address.
It said it was delivered.
Delivered where?
Mark, it was delivered to that address. I don't know what to tell you. That's where it went. That's where we sent it. We got a confirmation that it was delivered.
Really?
Your microphone elements, and the T-shirt.
Right, yeah, I knew you were going to send it, but we never got anything here.
Are you just trying to collect Toad Harbor T-shirts? Is that your game?
No, I'm not bullshitting you. I'm giving you the straight-up truth. I didn't get anything in the mailbox, and there was nothing on the porch. Nope.
Maybe the delivery guy saw what it was and kept it for himself.
You know, that's a common problem we have. Anything that comes from Toad Harbor nowadays, because we've gained such a notoriety that they just keep stealing the stuff.
Maybe that's what happened to my T-shirt.
No, we never sent you one.
How do you get one of them?
Interesting.
Hold on a minute.
You know, Ray said that he didn't get his package either until I forced him to go out and check his driveway, and sure enough, there it was.
Yeah, he would have run it over with the car.
Right, exactly.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, Russ.
Hey, I just wanted to confirm that we did get our HRO Toad Harbor discount card. Thank you very, very much.
You got it, buddy.
How does one get one of those Toad Harbor T-shirts?
Well, you got to be a member of the Toad Harbor Net.
And how do we do that?
Well, it's a simple thing to do. There's a little bit of paperwork involved. You just got to send a check for $40. Or what are we up to now? Well, Ray's not here. $48. Maybe it's $45 to the Toad Harbor headquarters, and then you get on the mailing list, and you get the T-shirt, and then you get the HRO discount card.
What about the monthly newsletter?
Harbor headquarters mailing address.
Yeah, we get the newsletter. Is Joanne in charge of the newsletters now? Bad or Good Mike?
Yeah, I think she's actually working on it right now. WA3FPN.
Yeah, we get the Good Mike. Joanne's Good Mike's wife Joanne does a newsletter for us, and she's working on that. So yeah, you'll be all set. The $40 or $45 is nothing to spend.
Yeah, well, N1WHA, I'm on QRZ. If you can drop me an email or whatever,
he's going to send
you the money and get the T-shirt.
Well, KB2ZVP is my call, and that's Toad Harbor headquarters, so that's where you got to send it.
Okay, I got that. And going back to a comment that you made earlier, and I didn't get a chance to respond to it because you were talking too much politics, but you said Ray was not here tonight because he might be out trying to track down some women. Did he drive 1,000 miles? Because according to him, there's no women around here worth chasing. You got to go 1,000 miles away.
He wouldn't drive 1,000 miles if you added all his trips to the convenience store for a year.
Yeah, but he said there's no women around in neck of the woods where we are, and he is, that's worth pursuing. That you got to go 1,000 miles away to find a woman that's worth pursuing.
Right. Oh, I know what he's saying, but what he's hoping for is if he goes to the bar, a woman from 1,000 miles away will show up there.
Yeah, well, I hate to bust his bubble, but been around long enough to know that if the woman's hanging out in the bar, you probably should walk out the door and look someplace else.
Now, that's something that nobody ever thought of. Very, very good.
It's kind of like Howard Kraft going to a massage parlor, you know?
Well, if they were delivered, they weren't delivered here.
I have to ask Maureen. She's got the receipt that... I can hear the tones in the background. I'm not so sure she wants to even leave the couch at the minute because, for whatever reason, she's really into this movie. But I just heard the big bassy tones now. So that's the mothership.
Yeah, don't bother about that right now.
I like Terry Garr in that movie. I always used to like her.
Who is that? The blonde?
Not the one up on the mountain, but Richard Dreyfuss's wife there. He was building the replica of Devil's Tower out of mashed potatoes.
Yeah. Oh, come here.
I can't.
Oh, she can't, she said. Mark said that he didn't get his T-shirt.
They said they delivered it.
They said they delivered it, she said.
Well, then, whoever it got delivered to, I'm sure they're enjoying the T-shirt.
What time?
Yesterday around 1.
Yesterday at 1 o'clock. Mark, we even have the time.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think. Was I here at 1 o'clock? Well, they would have left it on the steps right there at the porch. No, didn't get nothing.
You better go look, Mark.
I mean, I can't just keep sending T-shirts to you, Mark. I just can't keep sending T-shirts your way.
I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's not that I have a shortage of clothing or anything. I'm not getting anything. If you sent something, it didn't end up here.
Go to the mall. One of the neighborhood kids is probably walking around with it on.
Mike, you got your T-shirts, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, always.
Yeah, I was at work all day yesterday, so I was not here at 1 o'clock. So, let me send somebody a text.
Who's at your house? Who lives there with you? I mean, I don't want to know names and social security numbers or anything, but you've got folks that live there, right?
Not usually during the day. They're at work, and the kids are at babysitters and elsewhere. But I think there might have been somebody there. But like I said, let me send a text.
Okay.
Maybe you want to check the pawn shop, too.
Closest pawn shop's in the Berg.
Well, that's a valuable piece.
Randy, I meant to ask you, how was your trip down there to the Keystone State there the other day?
Oh, it was good. It was good. We had a good trip down. It was kind of fun because I had my mechanic with me, and he is, he works on my truck a little bit. I'll bring him in the shop. He'll do oil changes, and I see this massive antenna in the back. So, and he's a little bit, he's a little bit weird. So anyway, we're going down there, and then the snow stopped, and I thought I would put the radio on, and I got on the radio, and I was talking to some of the guys, the Toad Harbor Net guys on 60 meters, and then we were on, I went to 20 meters, and there was a bunch of DX in there, and I forget, Solanka or someplace I was talking to somebody, and he's like, where? And I told him, and he's looking it up on the internet, and as I'm talking to people, he's looking up these people on the internet on his iPhone, and he's just like blown away that you can talk that far with this antenna. So we had a really good trip down there, and they went back down today, and they got the truck, and the truck, they sent me a text message, a picture of the truck in front of the shop and all that. So yeah, it was a good trip. Thanks, Roy, for asking. KB2ZVP at the bottom.
WG2E.
BYC.
WA3F again.
A good hour and a half probably, but after Monday I was up by Binghamton. I went that way, you came this way. But a lot of good places to eat down here. A lot of mom and pop restaurants on them back roads.
We stopped on the way back at the Turkey Ranch, or something called the Turkey something or other ranch. We had some sandwiches there on the way back.
Well, I give up. I don't know where that one's at. I think there's a I don't know if you came down. Did you come down Route 15 down through like Tioga, Mansfield, or yeah, that's probably the way you would come.
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't pay attention enough. 81 south, and then I think 96 might have been involved. We went west to, below Buffalo, and that's where we were at. But I forget the route numbers and all that stuff. But I know I think 96 was involved. There was a 15, maybe a 17.
Yeah, Peter's got them out of order. 81, 17, 15, 220, and that turns into 99. And yeah, it's probably yeah. You saw a good part, good piece of Pennsylvania. Good area. Not real populated.
Turkey Ranch is in Trout Run on Route 184.
Yeah, that's where we were. Trout Run, that's right. That's exactly where we were. At the Turkey Run, or Trout Run, the Turkey Ranch. That's where we had sandwiches.
Were they turkey?
I had turkey. Brian, what did Brian have? I think he had a ham and cheese with a bowl of soup of some sort.
He's interested in ham radio now, Randy?
Yeah, he is. He was very interested in it that day, but he wouldn't. He's not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. No. I wouldn't promote him to be a ham.
Yeah, we have one other full-time driver, and I would not encourage him. He on the CB, he's pretty foul-mouthed. So I didn't encourage. But he has no interest in it at all. I took him along for when they were contemplating hiring the guy. I took him to Brooklyn, New York with me and back, and I was talking to, on that wide area network, I was talking to a station over in Hawaii and stuff like that. He thought that was really something, but he has no interest in it. A lot of people don't even know what it is. I just can't believe it.
Well, you can imagine the questions that I get asked, right? With this thing I got with this big antenna and the cap hat and all that on there. So I get a lot of questions, and I promote ham radios, in a bright light, best I can. And I doubt it makes any impression on anybody, but they're not afraid of me anymore with that crazy looking antenna in the back of the truck. They know it's for something good, and I guess that's all you get asked for.
TV2ZVP, WBTUAQ.
Hello, Pete. Thanks for the email.
No problem. Is that a good place for you? Were you aware of it?
I knew it existed. And I've looked them up on the internet a few times actually. They don't have much of a web presence, but I know where they're at, and I've actually called them before, and I spoke to them.
Oh, very good, very good. I thought, by chance you may, because you're going to be putting down about 3 miles of wire, right?
Well, that's the plan. Now, I've talked to them. What I talked to those folks about before is making a steel wire that was heavily coated with copper. And, because we were trying to get some steel back in the day, Ray and I were trying to buy like 20 or 30,000 feet of steel wire with a real heavy coating of copper like they did in the old days. But I forget what happened there. We wanted to buy enough, and they would do it, but it was frightfully expensive, and we didn't think we could get enough guys together to want to buy it.
Very good, very good. Well, just by chance, I thought I might help you when I heard you're going to put up, constructive radio field. And I spoke to John today, had a nice chat with John at breakfast, the local group here. So, this morning, the Rock City guys, Joe, K2ZX, and he's the kingpin, so to speak. Very good, very good. Just thought I would check. WBTUAQ.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm happy that you had a good breakfast with John. Yeah, he's pretty interested in being instrumental in this project. So I've got to do it just right if John's going to be involved. Over.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's got a real eye for details. So very good, very good. Okay, you guys have a good evening. Don't let the aliens take you away there, up to Devil's Tower, WBTUAQ, 7-3.
I have just donned my new Toad Harbor Net t-shirt.
Yay! So you did get it?
No, I didn't get it. My dad got it, and he put it in the shed and then forgot to tell me about it.
Okay, well, you got the microphone elements there, too.
Sir, yes, sir.
Now, if you watch that 363 times, it's going to be faded enough where you can actually read the Toad Harbor Net. But it's got the date on it. That's the first official dated Toad Harbor Net T-shirt.
Well, I'm only going to wear it one time, and then I'm going to frame it and put it on the wall next to my license.
I got all the original ones here. I want to put into frames. I actually want to do that. I got six originals that I want to put on in frames.
I have to say that this is my first official monogram T-shirt of any kind of group, net, or organization amateur radio related in my life.
In his life, Carl.
Wow. Yeah, well, I'll have to keep an eye out for mine. Hey, Randy, did Ray send you the disc from his antenna book? Did you ever get that?
No, he never did. He said he sent me a check for the booze that I sent him, but still we haven't gotten the disc.
Okay, well, I got that antenna book here earlier this week, and I've been spending a couple hours every day reading it. And there was, I think it's chapter 2 or 3 there. There's one section on grounding and ground radios and whatnot. And it was sort of specifically talking about with verticals. And it was really interesting. And there was a couple things in there that I thought might pertain to you. So if you're going to get that out of him, you ought to read that. I thought it was kind of interesting. Would you believe that 4 elevated radios can be as good as 32 on the ground?
Yeah, I do believe that. But like I said to him before plenty of times, I don't have that option. So it's everything's got to be on the ground for me.
Well, use the on-the-ground ones when it's mowing season, and then when the snow flies, put up the elevated ones.
Yeah, but I'm going to have 36,000 feet of elements on the ground, so I'm not sure. And then the raised ones will be above the base of the antenna. The base of the antenna is going to be on the ground.
Okay, never mind. And there was 3 or 4 different ways of doing the raised ones as well, which I thought was kind of interesting. But yeah, you should be bugging them because the CD came in the back of the book, and besides the book in there, all the reference materials and everything that they say, where they got their information from. Those are all on the disc too, and all these propagation programs and all sorts of stuff. So get it.
I'll probably just have to order the book and then get it that way.
Well, it's a good book, and I started reading it in the beginning, and I'm up into chapter 4 now.
Good Lord, in a quarter, this is a lot of microphone elements.
Just start plugging them in one at a time. I'll be back in a minute. I've got to go check on the wife. KB2ZVP. Be back in 45 seconds.
Hey, Mark, what microphone are the elements for?
Well, I guess I'll be trying them on my Kenwood here, the MC80. But man, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and a microchip in there too. Good Lord!
How do you tell what they are, or what their response or anything is? Are they all marked?
Nope. Plug them in. See what happens. I don't know what I'm going to do with the chip, but I guess maybe I could probably even build a preamplifier with the chip.
Well, we can't wait to hear the tests.
It'll be a new mic every week.
Well, you're going to have to come on when the professor is here for the magic ear.
Oh, here we go. And I got a box of towels and washcloths and stuff from the one company that we do work for. They send us a box of that every Christmas. He's been holding on to mine because last time he saw us was before Christmas, but he never got a chance to get the box to me, so he just shipped it to me, and that came late.
Well, hey, a Christmas present in March, that's cool.
Yeah, that's probably been out in the shed for a month. You know, my dad's memory's kind of getting a little, well, you know. The frickin' season youth. Not hearing any aggressive contesters nearby here.
Well, you know, even during the 160 contest, they didn't really come up much past 1900 or so.
They know to stay clear.
Oh, did you put a memo out?
I didn't have to. They already know. The mothership just flew away with Richard Dreyfuss aboard.
Yeah, they ought to make a second to that where he comes back and he hasn't aged.
Right.
I'd love to see him do that.
Hey, they did it on
Cocoon was
Tron
kind of like that.
They did it on Tron Legacy.
Yeah, Jeff Bridges.
A nerd like me would watch a movie like that.
Well, it's not polite to talk when someone's tuning up, but hey, you guys have to go to another frequency. My buds are up there. Good talking to all of you, and you're unsupervised now, so remember that. KC3BYC, night.
Time.
See you, Roy. 73.
Well, we got the size of the T-shirt right.
It fits okay.
Ooh, it's comfy.
We buy good T-shirts.
I don't think I'm ever going to wash it. I'm just going to let it get all smelly.
Like most hams. I mean, I've been to Hamfest. I know what it's like.
Yeah, but I don't think that's they don't wash their clothes problem.
Now, I double dogs dare you. No. I triple dogs dare you to talk about that T-shirt on 1850 tonight.
Oh no, I'll mention it.
Yeah, and you got a bunch of elements, you know, a bunch of nice stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of Hamfests,
It's more than they ever did for me.
Now, did you send me the? Yeah, you did, right? You sent me the thing about the Hamfest. Where's that, Carl?
well, you had something about you were interested in, I don't know, some restaurant or something there, and it was the 9th. And I said you were going to miss the Swap Fest in Boston Spa. That's at the Solar Building.
Oh, I've gone to that so many times, and it's just like a clunker. But this one is a Harley Davidson. It's a Mardi Gras type of biker Mardi Gras type of a. I've never gone, and we've been wanting to go to that, but I wind up going to the Solar Building instead.
Okay, well, I haven't been there in many years, so I don't know that it's maybe it's be like Marathon or something. But to be honest, the last time I went to that Hamfest was in 1985, and I took my technician test and walked out of there with an interim KT.
Oh, really? Yeah, I was there last year. And I saw George there, KC2APP, and also Jim. I got my amplifier there. I bought it because we were going to meet there. So, yeah, I've been there a bunch of times. Before I was a ham, I was the first time I went there, the very first time I went there, I was driving a 1994 Pontiac Grand Prix, and it was new that year. So that was the first year I was there, 94.
Okay, well, I thought maybe I'd go because I hadn't been to it. I was going to call up the electric X-ray beam, see if he was interested.
Oh, I'm sure he'd like to go to that.
Yeah, and even if there's not a lot of great stuff, usually, you get to see everybody you haven't seen in a while.
Well, that's what I like about it. It's a good get-together. I saw Tommy there. and George and Pete Ray, W2PR. Who else was there that I saw? A bunch of people.
Okay, well, I just wanted to be sure you knew about it.
Well, I do appreciate it. We'll probably wind up showing up there again. We always do this biker stuff that we want to do this or that. We never wind up doing it.
Oh, go ahead and do it.
So, if you lay 4 radios out on top of your snow, would that be considered raised radio?
No, I think they want them at least 9 or 10 feet off the ground.
Yeah, so you could go on walk under them.
Who's that?
With no amp.
Chris down in the Rainbow Bunker.
Good evening, Carl. Good evening, Mark. I copied all of you. I just turned it off on the right now. And, in the Arctic, where there's a lot of deep snow, they put a dipole out to find space above the snow. That's up in the air. So just wait for deeper snow.
Yeah, well, we're going to get 6 to 8 inches here when this comes through tomorrow night.
I can just hear Chris, and I can't really make out much of what he's saying.
Yeah, you might want to check some there, Chris. You're like this week to Sunday. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but you're not anywhere where like you were the last time you checked in. Make sure you're on the right antenna.
Carl, could you copy Chris okay? I can tell he's in there, but I'd be lucky to get 20% of the words.
Yeah, I'm on about the same boat here.
WA2JID, can barely hear you.
Hi, Bernie.
Hey, guys. Hopefully I'm getting out tonight. I talked to Gary last night up in Hollyton, and I was on my 80-meter antenna with 100 watts, and he barely heard me.
Oh, you're doing good here. No troubles copying you.
Okay, how does that sound? Big rig.
Oh, now Chris is there.
Yeah, much gooder.
Well, I'll tell you. Mark, hit it right on the head. Make sure you're on the right antenna. I was on a 30-meter dipole.
Yeah, that don't work so good here.
It do make a difference.
And the RF was just dropping off the ends. I hear you now. Okay, solid copy. Much better copy. A couple less units for everybody.
Oh, you're 20 now. You're 20 over, and you were a 4 before, right at the noise level.
I gotta say, you sound a lot better here than you do on 60 meters.
Really? You know, same rig, just a linear in between. Oh, plus a different antenna.
Well, it has to do with a longer wavelength and our same distance.
Probably, yeah. Well, it was a glorious day here. It was sunny, bright, a little dusting of snow in the morning.
Oh, it's always nice down in Ithaca.
Mark?
You were doubled with Randy there just a scotch.
I just said it's always a beautiful day in Ithaca.
It is. You know, the Rainbow Bunker is built under sunny skies.
Chris is feeling the burn.
Ooh, I'm in the 6 to 12 inch for snow range.
Really?
Yeah, they got a sliver that comes right down into the Susquehanna River Valley.
Whiskey 2, Mexico, Florida. Whiskey 2, Mexico, Florida. CQ contest.
What? Frequencies and use, old man.
Whiskey 2, Mexico, Florida?
I got to give him a point. Whiskey 2, Mexico, Florida. 5-9 Toad Harbor.
You haven't learned that yet, huh?
They almost made them, Ray.
And then the rest of the night, that's all you'll be doing.
Oh, yeah.
CQ contest, CQ contest.
They were fishing. They sent the first guy out there, and if he bites on it, the rest of them just flood in.
Hey,
You're right.
yeah,
Mark,
but
what he got in the mail.
U.S. and Canada against the rest of the world, so you don't want to talk to any U.S. people. They want DX.
Just don't even talk about it.
Ray, ask Mark what he got in the mail.
What do you get in the mail, Mark? Joe, you got a Toad Harbor T-shirt?
Hey, I was going to give you one chance, and you didn't blow it.
Well,
hey,
I'll
Ray,
tell you
where's
what.
Randy's disc
That
you're
puts
going
you
to
in a
send him?
very, very tight community now. There's only 300 of us.
Now I'm trying to figure out how much I got to send back for dues.
47.50.
Yeah, listen, I don't even have a Toad Harbor T-shirt. I had 3 of them, 3 or 4 of them, but I had to give them back because things we're getting so low at the Toad Harbor headquarters.
$47.50.
Everybody else is $48. I gave you a 50-cent break.
Oh, righty then.
And you get to keep the mic elements for free.
I'm feeling some kind of 50-cent special.
So where were you earlier, Raymond, when I called you?
I was trying to go get Diane, but the second she got in the car, she started her crap, so I threw her out and came home.
Diane?
Yeah.
I mean, wait a minute. Wait just a second. Now, this is between you and I. Everybody else put their hands over their speakers. Isn't that what Diane is supposed to do when she gets in the car?
No, she started bitching, I said.
Drama!
Oh, okay.
Hey, Ray, do you still have the disc from your antenna book?
Yes, I do. Matter of fact, I was supposed to send that to Randy, and I keep on forgetting to send it to him.
See, I told you, Randy.
You know, I care. I think about Ray way more than he thinks about me.
Listen, it's believe it or not, it's sitting on my thing in my bedroom, and I've been trying to remember to send it to you, and I could have sent it to you when I sent you the money for the bottle, and I just forgot about it.
How many items did she get to bitch about before you threw her out?
None, because she just started the same old crap all the time. Oh, I hurt. This hurts. That hurts. I gotta go. I gotta get home. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. I just threw her out and said, "Good. See you later."
Oh, she's one of them.
Yeah, she's nuts. She's just like all the other girls in this area. They're all crazy.
So you missed Bill, the dentist. He was in here for quite a while.
Oh, well, how come Bill's not in here now?
He may have come back. He had to go to a couple of nets or something that he's part of, and then he was going to come back, I think.
That doesn't even make any sense. He's in the world's greatest net right here, and then he wants to go to the other nets?
Well, he does have responsibilities, Ray. I mean, he's a very diligent individual.
He said he had traffic to pass.
Oh, wow. Well, did you ask him how he did on the last snowstorm?
He bought a PR-40, a Heil cable, a boom, and he didn't get the switch yet for the hand switch. So I guess he did okay.
Why did he buy a PR-40? That doesn't even make any sense.
Well, he wants to be like me.
What is he running for a radio?
The 7300.
Oh, I don't know if that mic's going to... I don't think that mic works on the 7300.
Of course it does.
It does?
It'll work on anything, even a Kenwood.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know. I would have bought the... I told him to buy the MLX. Why didn't he buy that?
He just wanted to be a step above.
Yeah, well, don't be too sure about that, because I think the MLX would probably sound better on a 7300.
Well, it didn't sound better on a 7610, or a 7600, or the 7851.
Well, who tried one on a 7851?
I had one here.
Oh, 7851. Oh, I'm thinking of 7610.
I had it on a 7600 and a 7851.
Did you have the MXL at the same time? I don't think you did you?
I had the MXL that I went and got at the guitar shop.
You bought an MXL? I don't remember when.
Well, it was way before. It was right when I first got the 7851.
Oh, okay.
I had the 78. I had the MXL with the 7600. Do you remember that, right?
I remember testing all the mics, and somehow the PR40 works, but I'm really leery about that PR40 on most other radios. I'm sure it would work on this one because it's got a 17-band graphic equalizer.
How many band?
17.
17, you say?
Yeah, it's not like the cheap ICOMs that only have 2 bands.
Now, listen, I know the ICOM only needs 2 bands because I've heard you say for 10 years you only need 2.
Yes, but he's been reformed.
No. The more you have, the better it is, except you just have to have a great understanding on how to tune the thing properly.
I just do this. If I want to sound a little higher, I just do this, okay? And if I want to sound a little lower, I just do this.
Yeah, that works out very well. How about going real low, like all the way down to the AM broadcast band?
I can do
Now that is low.
Oh, my.
That's pretty good, right, Mark?
Sound like Scott, Dempsey, and Gaffey.
It must be Saturday.
Hey, Randy. Hey, guys. This is Kilo Mike Ford, Golf Bravo Mike.
Hello, Nelson.
What is going on?
Beautiful sunshine out here in Virginia, but we're going to go down to 18 degrees next week.
Snowing like heck here in Toad Harbor.
You must have an awful lot of snow there by now.
Well, we had, I don't know how many feet we got.
You notice he said feet?
I can still drive to the backyard with my pickup. I like that. Because I pull in the driveway and I drive through the backyard and I come back out and I park in the driveway facing out so I can get a head of steam to hit the oh my God. My wife just brought in a big bowl of popcorn.
Ooh.
I got you guys don't have any idea how great of a wife I have.
She was the last good one.
Can you loan her out for a while?
Hi, baby.
Hey, dear.
Say hi to the boys. The fellas are out here.
Hey, fellas.
Thank you for the shirt and the helmet, Maureen.
You're welcome. I'm glad you got them.
I'm the latest loser that joined the club.
Hey, wait a second.
Good evening, Murray.
Wait. Everybody, wait 1 second. Randy, you sent your microphones all around to your friends.
Hi, Ray. Hi, Chris.
Maury wanted to say hi to Chris.
Do I detect a little jealousy?
Well, I think that's the highlight of the evening, the cameo appearance by Maureen with popcorn. Amazing. I'm going to have to go and make some myself. Amazing. We're all jealous.
No. This is popcorn. Ray, what was that you were saying?
I said you sent your microphones all around to your friends.
Yeah, I did. You want to borrow a mic? I got it. Jesus. You can't talk and eat popcorn, apparently. I've got a Shure 55 here. You want to borrow it?
I hope it's not buttered. You'll get it all over the radio.
Oh, it won't even be near my radio.
Creamy.
I got a long boom.
No, I just meant you had a great tradition of sharing.
I know what you meant, Ray. I asked you if you want to borrow my Shure 55.
Now, wait a minute. Last night I just remember hearing all this stuff about how you got a bottle of alcohol.
Yeah, I got a bottle of Tomcat gin, which I'm probably going to end up drinking by myself.
Well, I don't think any better way to drink it.
You know, Mark, I share so much stuff. I'm always sending stuff all over the place, you know. And all I'm trying to do is get one disc from Ray. And you would think he'd send me that disc. But still, I haven't gotten it.
Well, maybe he hasn't found it to send it yet.
And to Echo Whiskey, Mike late at the top.
Hey, Gary, KB2ZVP, little late at the top.
And 3 or more.
Call me tomorrow sometime or leave me a message and I'll pack it up and ship it out on Monday.
Good evening, Gary, WA2KID.
You know, I really shouldn't ship that out. I haven't really viewed it yet.
Yeah. Key your mic. You're supposed to do it over the air. You were supposed to do it over the air. You're supposed to let your phone ring over the air so the guys would know I was calling you right now.
Oh, okay. So what's up?
I'm just hanging up on him. That's it. So he screwed that all up. He had it all.
Good evening, Bernie.
Okay, go ahead. Let's do it again.
No, forget it. It's too late now. These guys all know what we're up to.
He sounded like a completely different person on the phone.
Sounded better, didn't he?
Well,
Has your phone got a
yeah,
17-band equalizer?
That phone sucks. I took one from my mother's house and I forgot to bring it up here. This phone's no good. I'm going to throw it away.
Get the one with the caller ID so you don't have to answer the weirdos.
Yeah, that definitely. I just got a call from a weirdo.
Weirdos? Join the club.
I figured that was Diane calling to complain.
The Harvard has some weirdos up there?
Well, you have caller ID, right?
Yes, but not up in the radio room.
Oh, okay.
You know, I took 3 of those plug-in phones from my mother's house, and I got to go get one right now. I'm going to go downside, plug one in the cellar. I'm going to bring it upstairs and plug it in up here and get rid of this phone.
Get the disc, too.
The disc is downstairs. I just got to throw it in some kind of a box and send it out.
Put that tube in it you got, too, that broken tube.
Oh, that's right. I can send it in the box that I got the bottle in.
There you go. And use those special little spacers that Maureen sent you.
Oh, they're cute. They were all. I pulled the bottle out, and they were all over. A bunch of them went into my drink. There was about my drink. I had a big giant, glass. It's about 4 inches in diameter. It was half full. When I pulled the bottle out, it was filled right to the top with those cardboard things and the popcorn.
You can sell that she's in charge of sending out samples and stuff from the company, can't you?
I want to know where she gets those little square cardboard things, triangles.
I never saw them until you mentioned it, and then she had to bring them into the radio room yesterday to show me. I never even knew they made such a thing.
Doesn't anybody have anything to say?
I'm speechless.
Okay. Hey, is this a directed net?
It is. It's directed toward whoever we can pick on.
Happy Saturday night.
All direction net. Yeah, it's kind of like a free-for-all.
It's a non-net net, okay? It's a net that pokes fun at other nets. We're kind of like a free-for-all. That's a good way to put it.
Wait a second. Gentlemen, the net is just about to start here, so could you please clear the frequency? Our net starts at 9 o'clock, so we have to clear the frequency now.
I was going to say we have a 9 o'clock net. This is the pre-net to the net.
Yeah, right. The pre-net to the net. He got a surprise, didn't he?
Is that like a prenup?
That's the day that I knew I had to intervene before Ray lost his mind.
Yeah, I remember what I told him.
Yeah, it was 45 minutes. I'll never forget it. And the guy says we have a net starting. Let's just say it's 10 o'clock, and Ray says, "Well, wait a minute. It's 9:15." The guy says, "Yeah, we have a pre-net to the net where we keep the frequency open." Oh, that's all Ray had to hear. Next thing you know, old Ray was letting him know what he thought about that.
He won't be telling anybody he has a pre-net anymore.
Not for a while.
We used to do that at work, pre-break.
I got to take a pee break.
And to Echo Whiskey Mike pushing the 10.
Oh my God, he's like a goddamn metronome. N1 DVL.
Yeah, he's got to stop that. That's very annoying. KB2ZVP.
WG2E. Hello, Gary.
Good evening, Carl.
3FPN.
Hey, Mike.
Hey.
June 15th.
Got it. Are the rooms ready yet?
Not yet. The lady had Fridays off, and she's off for the weekend.
And 3 RMR color-coordinated universal time.
Hey, Mark, I got a question for you. How come you got to go down every night right around now to tend your furnace? Do you turn it on then? Do you let it run all night by itself, or do you just get the house nice and hot and then turn it off?
It's more or less a habit.
Can the furnace run by itself without you sitting there?
Sure.
Is it safe to run? Could you go away for 3 or 4 days and let it run by itself?
Yeah, it would just run out of fuel and go out.
Well, why would it run out of fuel?
Well, the container that the fuel gets put into for a gravity feed is only 20 gallons.
Oh, and how long would 20 gallons last? Like 4 days?
Let me see. Did I ever run that dry almost one time? Well, I did here recently, so I could change the filter yesterday. Probably 2.5 days.
Well, why do you need a filter on a gravity feed system? Because it's not going through a fine sprayer, is it?
No. I filter the fuel from the 55-gallon drums. It goes through a car filter when it goes into the 20-gallon gravity feed system, and I filter it out so there's nothing garbage, no chunks or fibers or goo or anything that gets into the tank, because the drip tube, the little adjustment nozzle that I use, there's a coarse and a fine. The coarse turns it on and off. The fine one adjusts the flow rate. And if it adjusts the flow rate, if you get too much junk in the oil, what happens is it builds a little dam at the adjustment, and then it stops dripping.
Okay, but so is that how you control the heat, by how fast it drips?
Sir, yes, sir.
And how good can you get it to hold? I mean, so you gotta always take into consideration the outside temperature, right?
It's a lot like running a wood stove, Ray. Instead of burning wood, you're burning a liquid. So there's, when the wood stove, you've got to put the wood in the fire, you got to start the fire, you got to stoke it, you got to sit your air back. You have to come down twice a day. You got to start in the morning, got to take the ashes out, got to do it in the evening. So it's the same thing with a waste oil, except there's less farting around with taking the ashes and the wood and all that crap. You still got to make fine adjustments and let it do its thing. Like it's been burning all day to heat the house. It's probably due to go down and take a look at it, make sure everything's happy and kosher, and change the bulb.
Okay, but the thing is, a friend of mine bought one of those probably back in the 70s. He bought a waste oil heater to heat his shop, and he was constantly maintaining it. I mean, he had to babysit the thing every day, every 2 days. But they have them now, because I have another guy that has a tranny shop, and that's how they heat it, with waste oil. Of course, they're using transmission fluid, but that thing almost runs like an oil burner. I mean, that's a more modern, up-to-date, high pressure. It's got air pressure on it too, and that thing just goes forever.
Mm-hmm.
We have one here.
It's got a pressurized, preheated nozzle system, force blower, electronic ignition, connected to a thermostat. It's all you flip the thermostat on the wall and you walk away. As long as it's got fuel, it'll do it for you. I don't have that. Boy, would that be nice.
Right. Well, why don't you start looking around for one of those?
Because then I wouldn't have anything to do at 8:15 at night to 9:30.
Oh, okay. Well, you could talk to your friends on the world-famous Toad Harbor net.
I do that, and I get the waste oil fun in at the same time. I can multitask.
Randy, I think it's time to send him back to the other frequency.
I was waiting for that.
Does that meet zoning regulations?
Don't say anything. Zoning regulations.
What is it
What's
actually
that?
dripping on? Where's the flame actually burn?
The flame actually burns into a stainless steel bowl with a chunk of steel block. It's 2 inches long by 1 inch high by 1.5 inches wide. It sits in the middle of the steel bowl, surrounded by a ceramic burn chamber that I've hand built with a blower arrangement that and a little flange that blows the air right across the bowl at a shallow angle and spins the flame around inside there with the oil dripping right down on the red hot piece of steel.
Oh, interesting.
And it creates a white flame that burns very clean. And that flame goes up from the burn chamber and goes right up into the heat tubes in the hot water jacket of the furnace, which is immediately above it and behind the burn area, and then goes out the exhaust and up the chimney. So it burns clean with the blower, and I have adjustment for the blower too. You can add more or less air depending on your burn rate. And all of that stuff's very bone adjustable. But once you get it going, it takes, 15 minutes to get it all happy, and you just walk away.
What's your source for waste oil?
By virtue of the fan blowing in there, not just convection.
That is correct. If I just do it with convection, my storage, to answer your question, because there was 2 questions, the storage capacity I have at the moment is 400 gallons. The next question with the blower is, if the blower's not on, it will burn with natural convection, but the flame is kind of dark and sooty because it doesn't have enough air, and it doesn't quite get hot enough. You need to have the air forced across it to bring the reaction up and to keep the internal temperature high enough that the core temperature is around 1100 to 1200 degrees, so that when the oil drips down onto the block and into that environment, it immediately turns into a vapor.
Gotcha.
What's your source for waste oil?
I have 4 different locations. They're garages.
So you get enough to get you through the winter?
Oh, yeah. Endlessly. I have an endless source of fuel.
I have a clean burn.
Nice.
What is that? You mean, is that how you heat your shop?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now how much maintenance does that require?
As long as I can keep relatively clean oil in it, I have to clean the firebox about twice a year.
Yeah, so in other words, if you just keep regular clean oil into it and it's all filtered and everything, that's what my friend must have at his shop, because they don't have much trouble with it at all.
As long as you can get most of the carbon out of it and it's not dirty, Ray, it burns pretty good, but you got to keep your core temperature up.
We use those in our plant. Actually, I have one in the garage, and I have one in the fabrication plant, and they both work really, really good. Very seldom do I have to mess with them very much.
Well, you have to clean them once in a while, don't you?
I cleaned them both when probably 3 years ago, believe it or not, and I haven't messed with them since. I put a filter on that that's got to get spun off every fall, and I've got an air dryer before the air lines that go to it, and other than that, I haven't messed with them.
Well, where's all the ash go?
I don't know, up the chimney.
Yep, out the exhaust.
No, I gotta. Well, this one's made to clean. You got to take the back off of it, and there's, I don't know, a dozen tubes in there that get ash in them. And I can tell when it's starting to get dirty. You can notice that the heat's dropping off a little bit, and then we take it apart and clean it.
What's the color of your ash?
Gray.
Got a white to it?
Yeah, maybe. I'm getting hard to see, so yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's all the phosphorus and all the other stuff coming out of it.
I don't ever have to clean ash out of these things. It's always, if there's a problem, it's a nozzle problem.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing when you're dealing with liquids, like waste oil or home heating or whatever. Your nozzle, you got to be able to keep your fuel flowing through the nozzle at the right rate, or you just don't get a good burn. That's why I don't even mess with nozzles and pressure. I just drip it in there, and all that. I don't have to worry about that.
I will say that we do have to burn number 2 fuel oil once in a while. I think it's number 2 home heating oil, because I don't generate enough the guy in the garage is always burning his, and I wish he wouldn't because he's got natural gas in his garage, but he likes to run both furnaces, and so I don't have enough oil generated to run into fab. So I've got to order number 2 fuel for fab, and so I think that probably helps too. We just run regular fuel oil through it when we don't have waste oil.
Yeah, that helps to, lubricate, clean it up, take off a lot of the carbon buildup and deposits and stuff, and kind of brings it all through.
Well, you can buy waste oil.
Why would you pay for it when you can get it for free?
Well, obviously he can't get enough of it free, so he has to buy fuel oil.
Well, he could probably get it for free, but he has a life, unlike me.
Most of the shops that I deal with have waste oil heaters. I've never tried to buy it. I never tried to get it. I just when we're out of it, I just order some fuel oil.
Yeah, well, the guys around here that pick up used motor oil from shops and stuff, I think they filter it and do something with it, and then they'll sell it for probably about half the price of what fuel oil is.
Wow, they're making a nice little tidy profit there.
Yeah, because I think a lot of them are charging for hauling it out now too. They didn't used to, but they are now.
Yeah, that's why a lot of the places I go to are more apt to say, yeah, go ahead, help yourself, because they're having to pay to have the stuff removed.
So we've got these tanks in our plant, and one of them holds 350 gallons. And once a year, I have the guy come and I have it drained, and then I have it because it's hydraulic AW46, and I have it refilled. And because that stuff gets a lot of acid toward it, and it eats up the rubber O-rings and stuff in my system. So they came this year. And the guy says, well, we can't fill it, with our long hose. We have to fill your tank, and then you have to fill it. I said, okay, not a problem. So then they called me this year, and they wanted to know if I wanted to have the tank drained. And I said, no. I said, I don't want to have it drained. I'm going to take the oil, and I'm going to put it in my waste oil heater. And the guy says, well, for 20 or some odd years, we've been coming there to getting that oil. I said, I know, but you can't fill it back up with the same truck that has the same hose. So I said, why am I going to have you drain it out? So we used to get it back. We'd get some kind of a carbon point. This whole thing is nuts about the carbon credits. But anyway, we have to show so many gallons a year that we recycle to keep a certain carbon green point system. BS, total BS is all it is. So now I use that oil, and I'll burn that, and just refill it with good oil from a different supplier, and it just there's one company. There's a few companies around that take that waste oil, and they go nuts with this stuff. It's just not legit what they're doing.
Well, how much oil do you have to buy? So you only generate, half of what you actually need?
Well, it depends. In the summertime, we have more than we need, right? In the wintertime, we don't have enough. Obviously, that's how it's going to go. So I've got to put a storage tank in that I can collect it, because my guy in the garage, he'll get too much of it, and next thing you know, he's calling the waste oil company, and then we pay to get rid of it. So I told him, don't ever call that company again. So I've got some tanks. I get these plastic tanks. My Admix comes in, and they're 300-gallon tanks, or 280, 300-gallon tanks, something like that. So I've been storing it like that now. But he would get too much of it in the waste oil. The 275-gallon tank would get full, and he'd call this company, and they would come and get it.
So you just need more storage area.
Yeah. Well, that's right. And try storing oil in Syracuse, New York.
KD9, CAC.
Yeah, hi, Ron.
I don't need it in Syracuse. I need it in Mannheim.
Right. I hear Ron in there. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, who's that out there?
This is Randy, KB2ZVP, the great one.
Hey, Randy, ain't long time no hear.
How you been?
You don't want to know, man. I've set off to get new tubes for my amplifier and came back and one out of the 4 tubes was flashed over, and I got a new set of tubes coming. So, it's been one thing after another.
Well, it's always good to be able to get new tubes for your amplifier.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of getting good ones is the problem.
Did you ever, I guess you figured out your problem, right, of your, why you were having all the issues there you were having?
Yeah, 3 of my 4 tubes were, I thought it was my tuner, and I ended up buying this 4K Palstar tuner, and turned out it was the tubes. I don't know. I should have. Well, I need a new tuner anyway.
Speaking of tubes,
I haven't talked to anybody.
I'm still waiting for my other 3CX800.
I know. You heard Ron out there, right? Ron, remember Ron was the one who was having trouble with the amplifier?
Yeah, I think so.
He had the problem that didn't make any sense whatsoever. So it was what was the original cause, Ron?
Oh, the tubes, you mean?
Well, you were having some kind of trouble. Remember, was the thing keying up and not having output power?
Yeah, I was getting too much standing wave, and I couldn't. I thought it was just a problem with, something else. But come to find out, the tubes went south on me. 3 out of the 4 tubes.
Yeah, well, if you've got a high standing wave against your amp and the standing wave at the antenna is good, it's got to be the amp.
Yeah. Well, I got 4 tubes from, but 3 out of the 4 were good, and then I said, well, can you just send me 1 tube? And they said, no, we got to send you another quad set. So hopefully I'll get those this week. I don't know.
That's from RF Parts?
No, it's some place called Pinta Labs out of California.
Oh, Pinta?
Yeah.
Why did you go there instead of RF Parts? Because the tubes were $12 a piece cheaper?
No, because RF Parts had a waiting list on 572Bs.
No kidding, on 572s?
Yeah, I called them up and they said they had a waiting list.
They always do.
Pinta are just about as cheap as the tube as you could get.
I don't know. They supposedly check them out and burn them in. I don't know. Don't ask me. They're all coming from China, so what they do is they check them out, whether they come from RF Parts or whatever. I even talked to RF Parts, and they said, yeah, we just check them out, and then we put our tailored tube name on it or whatever. They don't matter,
Well, they sent you 4 and you got 3 bad ones, so that's a company that I wouldn't deal with a whole lot.
No, I got 3 good ones out of 4.
Oh, 3 out of 4, that's better. That's great.
Well, not really when you're talking one tube. One of the tubes flashed over as soon as I fired up the amplifier. The other 3 were good, but one of them flashed over.
And they checked them out before they sent them to you, too.
Yeah, they had where they checked them out. Yeah, they had a paper on each tube.
I think the amplifier screwed up. I don't think it's the tubes.
I don't know. I got a guy that was over here that works on amplifiers every day and sends them down to out of Evansville, Indiana. He was over here, and when I put the tubes in, so he has, it ain't like. I say he knows what he's talking about.
You know what I think? I think it's time for you to get an up-to-date modern amplifier. I think you should have never bought the tubes and just saved your money and bought a real amplifier for yourself.
Well, I can't get enough. What I'm going to do is I'll probably get the tubes working on it, and then I'll probably end up selling the amplifier because the way it is right now, I'm not going to get nothing out with someone offered me $200. I guess I should have took it, but I didn't take it. I went ahead and bought the tubes.
What kind of amp is it?
Gentron Clipperton L.
The Dentron what?
Clipperton L.
Say it one more time.
It's a Clipperton, Ray. Clipperton L.
Oh, Clipperton. Yeah, that was a really lousy amp anyway. Yeah, it's really a shame you're putting all that money and time and effort into it. You should have just sold it for anything you could got and then buy something decent. That is not a great amplifier. That doesn't even have a tuned input, does it?
No, the one I don't. It's gonna. Yeah, you can put a tune input in it, but no, I don't have a tune input.
Bad mics worked pretty good, didn't it?
Yeah, Bruce runs one of those. They're not a terrible amp. I had one here. I thought that was a pretty darn good amp.
Well, something's wrong with that one. There's some issue going on there.
Well, I don't know. I talked to the guy. He works on amplifiers every day, and so he goes down to Evansville, Indiana, and gets all the amplifiers. Somebody brings in a ham station down to Evansville, and he's constantly working on amplifiers. So he knows quite a lot about amplifiers.
Did he look at yours?
Yeah, he looked at mine.
And what was his conclusion?
His conclusion was 3 out of the 4 tubes were weak, and all the C-Tron tubes, man. So everything else was good. He saw he had new caps in it, put in it, and everything else.
So now the issue is, no matter who you go to, you can't get good tubes.
I don't know. I mean, it's a shot in the dark. What can I say? I mean, if I get 4 good tubes, I'll be lucky, I guess. I don't know.
Well, the real problem is, I don't know what's going on in China, but they make tubes for a while and they work fine, and then all of a sudden they make them and they don't work at all. And that's what happened. RF Parts, this has been going on for about probably 3 years now. RF Parts can't get any good tubes out of China. No matter which ones they get, they're just junk. They fail in a week, they fail in 2 weeks, and that's why they don't have any tubes. Because the companies that are making them, either they're trying new companies or they're trying new mixtures or whatever. But their original 3500Z tubes were good, and then all of a sudden they just every one of them came in bad. So the issue is nobody makes glass tubes anymore. So even if you can get glass tubes, most likely you're still going to have problems, and they're not going to last very long. So hence, and even believe me, I'm the last person on the earth that would ever buy a transistor amp, but I'm even leaning towards buying a transistor amp now.
Yeah, I was looking at a Ameritron 1306 someone had for sale, and I could have got a pretty good deal on it, but tell the dude, I called him up, and he goes, yeah, I was on CCH, and he goes, oh yeah, I keyed it down 100 watts for 10 minutes and blew out 4 of the finals. It's got 8 finals in it. He said I blew out 4 of the finals in the amplifier. So I thought to myself, wonder what else is compromised there. I guess you could get it back to Ameritron and got it fixed for $170, but I don't know.
Well, are you telling me that you were going to buy a used 1306?
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know what to tell you. First of all, 1306 is not a great amp. 1. 2, the last thing I'd ever do is buy a used one, because you know damn well it's already been blown up, so you don't want one of those. The amp to buy, and unfortunately it's a little more money, but the amp to buy is the new PALSTAR. What is it? What's the part number of the PALSTAR, Randy?
AL1K, I think.
LA1K.
LA1K.
Yeah, LA1K. Yeah, it's more money, I understand, but that's the amp you want to buy. If you're going to buy a solid-state amp, you want that new PALSTAR, LA1K. If you buy anything else, you're going to have issues. You're going to have horrible issues. So that's the one. One of our guys got one, and it's a great amplifier. Anyway, good luck with whatever you do. N1 DVL.
Or you could wait maybe a little bit and get the LA2K.
Yeah, that might be a BS story. Here, somebody's going to have to call him.
Well, I called him. We'll see if he calls me back on Monday.
Okay.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah, Ron.
Yeah, I was at the house last week before TK batteries off their cam up there in Toledo, and I got the wires mixed up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I burned that front thing on the tuner, and I went over to Palstar and got it fixed. He went through it and tightened everything up and cleaned the Palstar tuner and even put a new meter in there for me.
Yeah, he's a great guy, Paul. Did he mention anything about the 2 kilowatt amplifier he's building?
Yeah, man. I took a tour of his place. He showed me everything. He showed me his new amplifier, and everything. I mean, yeah, I looked at that new amplifier. The sucker, it tells you what temperature it is and everything. Touch screen, everything.
Yeah, but did he tell you about is it the 1 kilowatt like everybody else has got? We heard rumor, and I called him today, but he wasn't there, of course. We heard rumor that there's going to be a new 2 kilowatt amplifier.
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't really specify on that. He just showed me that amplifier, and then, but they made at one time, they only made 30 of them. They made a 10 kilowatt tuner. They only made 30 of them.
A 10 kilowatt tuner?
Yeah, they only made 30 of them, he said. But he showed me a picture of one. Yeah, they only made 30 of them. They made a 10 kilowatt tuner at one time.
That's the tuner of all real hams.
Yeah, he said they only made 30 of them because they didn't sell very many of them. He said it wasn't worth, building them up. You know what I mean? Because they're pretty expensive, and plus, he only sold 30 of them, so he scrapped the idea. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah. So I went to Palstar and I was going to send this tuner in there, and I thought, well, hell, I would. It was like 2.5 hour drive to his place, so I drove all the way there and drove all the way back and got a tour of the place, and of course he charged me money to have my tuner fixed, but it didn't cost me that much. And he says, oh, this meter's old, so he put a new brand new meter in there for me. He didn't have to do that.
Yeah, I wish I lived closer. I'd stop and see him all the time. I think Paul's a great guy.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool dude. They're going to come out with their own radio, he said, here in the near future. Some kind of to go with their amplifier, he said, or something. Palstar radio.
Hear that, Ray? I'm waiting for the Palstar radio.
Hey, is Bruce in here today?
I just stepped in here. Katie wanted to...
Here, just the guy I want to talk to. I was off the frequency for a second. Is the channel open?
Go for it.
Okay. I was watching some science show today, and it was incredibly interesting. And as soon as I saw what they were talking about, I think of you instantaneously, Bruce. Are you ready?
I'm listening.
This is some Chinese PhD scientist, and they're testing water. They're testing just regular water. And here's what he showed. He takes a tube of water and they pray. They'll say a prayer, or they'll say good things like love, kindness, and so forth and so on. And then they'll freeze the water and they'll look at the ice crystals. And the ice crystals are that beautiful snowflake design. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, fractal design, yeah.
And then they'll take the same exact water in another test tube and they'll say evil, Satan, or bad things, and they'll freeze that water, and they don't get any kind of a beautiful crystal out of it. It's just a big mushy mess. It has no design whatsoever. And they showed how they have been testing this for a while, and they're saying that for some reason this water can understand, or it can feel evil or feel goodness, because they've been doing this testing for a long time. Now, here's my question to you. Are you ready?
I don't know if I'm ready. Go ahead.
Okay. let's just say, for the sake of argument, that this guy's correct and what he's saying is true, right?
Okay, for the sake of the discussion, sure.
Wouldn't that totally 100% change everything in the world? Everything that you know and believe would be out the window, and a whole new set of rules comes into play. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That water has intelligence? Yeah, that would be a big news.
Well, whether it has intelligence or not isn't the issue. The issue is if this PhD genius scientist is correct, and water can, for whatever reason, has a feeling or has something or has this or has that, then everything you know, forget me, but everything, and of course this also goes for me too, but everything we know or everything we think we know is basically all wrong. It's a complete set of new circumstances. Do you agree with that statement?
No, I don't, because if I walk over to the door and I open the door and the cold air rushes in, then I know that a certain set of rules that apply, and if there's a new set of rules for meditating on water before it freezes, it's a different reality. Everything doesn't change, but it certainly opens up a whole new world of discovery. It doesn't change everything.
Well, it would sure change the basic laws of the universe.
Hey, Ray?
Well, Ray, if this is true, then why don't you take some water and you have a magnifying glass and repeat the experiment? Now, if you can make if it's a fact of life or a fact of physics that happens, then you should be able to recreate it. And if you can't, then there's something going on here that ain't right.
Right, but they don't tell you what they're using. They showed the crystals, and they show how beautiful they are. But the thing is, it may require like a electron microscope or something to see that, because if you freeze solid, like ice, if you have ice, I don't see how you can see crystals in it. I don't know how they're doing that. Bob, yes, I hear you, but you're not reliable. God is love. Well, whatever. The whole point is, here's my thinking, Bruce, and it always has been. Man, meaning me, you, John, maybe Randy. I doubt Mark, but man really only knows 1 or 2% of what's going on in the universe. I think many people think that we have a big handle on everything, and we know 80% or 90% of how the universe works and everything, and I say it's probably more like 1 or 2%.
Yeah, we don't know much. We're babes in the woods, that's for sure. We've come a long way, but we haven't gone that far.
Well, as long as you agree to that, yeah, we've come a long, long way, and we've made incredible strides, but I still only think we know 1 or 2% of what's really out there.
Hey, Ray, I have to agree with you. Now, let me ask you this. Have I got the floor here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that there's a higher intelligence somewhere in this universe? And I'm not talking about God, but somebody that's smarter than us, higher intelligence than the human race.
I think there's plenty of things that go on in the world or the universe, however you want to put it, that man can't possibly understand.
I agree 100%. But I also think that there's higher intelligence in this universe, and I think they've probably been here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm 100%. I'm 100% along with that. they're not only have been here, they're here. They come and go as every day. We're being visited on a daily basis. Aliens are real. Yeah, no, I'm 100% sure about that. I'm virtually 100% sure of that. Nobody would ever sway my opinion. Yes, Bob. Bob, I got 20% of what you said. I don't know what hell happened to your signal down there, but it used to be an S9, 5 dB over 9. Now it's like a 6 or a 5. I don't know what you're doing, but you better go track it down.
Hey, Ray.
Yes, go ahead.
I think I know what they're doing with that water thing.
Okay, go ahead. I'm all ears.
Well, we know that water has an ionic bond to it, and it has a polarity to it because it's dielectrically involved. It's like aluminum, but it's not as much. It acts weird in a magnetic field, a given, right?
Well, all I know is before I go to bed tonight, when I fill my water jug with ice and water, I'm going to talk very nice to it. Go ahead.
Okay, so we know that it has a certain... It reacts to magnetic fields. Now, are we not electromagnetic creatures?
Yes.
Now, our electromagnetic field, or our aura, that some cultures call it that, or your chi, your field energy of your living organism, changes depending upon your emotional state, does it not?
Absolutely.
So therefore, if you have a very strong chi state, whether it's anger, bitterness, hate, or love, peace, and kindness, will change your aura or your field around your body, which will have a subtle effect on the dielectric constant of the water right before it freezes.
You just figured out why I'm always stronger than Ray.
Speaking of oddities and things like that, I'll tell you two stories, everybody. I had, back in the 80s, I had a friend on the radio. I've told the story before, but most of you haven't heard it. And he had come up to my house several times. He was a fellow CBer. I was on CB at the time. And I got to know this guy really good. And, he had been up to my house 3 or 4 times, but I talked to him like I do Randy. I talk to him every day like I would Randy and the rest of you. And one day he shows up at my door, and I open the door, and there's this guy in a priest uniform sitting there. So I said to him, is it Halloween? Am I missing something? And he goes, what are you talking about? I go, the priest get up. He goes, you didn't know? I said, know what? He goes, I'm an Episcopalian minister. I said, oh my God, Bob, you got to be kidding me. I said, you're the last guy in the world I would have ever believed that about. So anyway, he comes in like always, and we're sitting around chatting. And this was during the movie The Exorcist. So I said to him, I got to ask you a question. He goes, oh my God. He goes, I know what it's going to be. Put on a pot of coffee. I got to sit here and be having a coffee while we're talking. So I said, well, this exorcist thing that's out here, I said, the Catholic Church and all this stuff, is it real? He said, how old are you? I think I was about 40 at the time. I think I was right around 40. He goes, well, you're old enough to hear the truth. He said, it's all true. He said, I am rated the third. He said, I am rated third in our church in the entire United States. He said, I'm like the third guy in line to the number 1 spot. And he said, I have personally done exorcisms. And he said that movie, The Exorcist, is a joke compared to a real exorcism. He said they're much scarier than that. And he told me a story of one he did. Now, this guy was not lying to me, okay? I bet my life on this. He was not lying. He was not BSing me. He was telling me the truth. Now, if what he told me is true, which I'm 100% sure it is, then there's things that go on in this world that the average person, and here's where you really have to draw the line, everybody. The average person can't even conceive what the hell really goes on in the world. Now, I don't consider myself average because I believe that exorcisms are real and being possessed is real. I also know a girl that worked down here in Wilbraham who is, everybody claims, then they call it that she's a real witch. And what she does is she does reading. She's working, believe it or not, in Salem, Massachusetts. She quit her job here in town to go full-time at Salem, Mass, doing readings of people because she is so excellent at what she does. Now, I've known this girl for 20 years, and I never knew about her witch stuff until probably, I don't know, the last year or so, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. And I know for a fact that she can do what she says she can do. So there are people in this world that really have incredible, I don't even know what you'd call it. But the thing is, like myself and probably Mark anyway seems to, you've got to be able to open your mind to the fact that all this stuff is real and it really exists, which of course I'm 100% sure it exists. It's the people that don't believe it that scare me. Okay, N1DBL.
Yeah, well, Ray, a word of caution. There could be validity to some of these paranormal things you're talking about, and I don't disclude it. But I got to tell you, there's a lot of crackpots out in the world, and I speak from experience within my own family. All right, I have a sister, and I won't say anything more, that will bend the truth, exaggerate, manipulate, and work their mental illness to make you believe that they are seers, they can tell the future, and that their whole, worldview is correct when it's just built on a falsehood. So you have to be very, very careful when you're talking about this stuff. There's a big difference between mental illness and some sort of a genuine paranormal thing like you were describing with the priest. This can lead you down a rabbit hole that there's no return from. You have to be very careful. KD1 Mountain Whiskey.
That's a very good point, Bruce, and I know exactly what you're talking about. But let me ask you this. This may be a bad thing to ask. I'm not asking you this as a question. I'm just throwing it out there. Do you think that I am dumb enough to fall for something like that? Okay, that's the question. And the answer is, well, most people would probably say yes, but the real truth is there's no way in hell that most people can. I mean, listen, have I ever been hoodwinked by somebody on other issues? Yes, I have. Because some people are just so good at it because they are crazy. Just like you said, they're nuts. And they truly believe what they're telling you. And if a person truly and honestly believes the BS story he's telling you, it's a lot harder to get by and get by him. Can it happen? Yeah, it can happen. But it doesn't happen much because, as you know, my entire life was spent basically in the barroom business. So I have been up against 10,000 BSers my whole life. And believe you me, most BSers can't get by me. Okay, they can't. But I was dating a girl. One more story. I was dating a girl. Her name was Nikki when I was going through my divorce. And she had some form of ability like that. And I wanted her to meet a friend of mine who owns a used car lot here in town. And I said, come on in. I want you to meet a friend of mine. And she goes, no, I don't really want to go. And I said, please, just come in with me. Just come in. Just come in. So she goes, okay. So we went in, we talked to this guy for, 20 minutes or so, and we walked back out the door. We got back in the car, and she looks at me and she goes, "Is that your friend?" And I said, "Yeah, why?" She said, "He hates you more than you can ever imagine." She said, I can see auras around people. She said, "But I have never seen anybody in all my time of being able to do this that is as evil as he is. He hates you more than you'll ever know." And you know what? She was 100% right. And I knew exactly what she was talking about, because this guy tried to screw me a couple of times. Backstab. He was a backstabbing bastard. That's what he was. Now, how could that girl possibly know that? She didn't know him. She never met him. I never said one word about him before. Now, how could she just pull that out like that?
Sound like a setup.
Yeah, it does. It almost does sound like a setup, but I'm positive they didn't know each other and they never met each other ever. Okay, so she could do it. I mean, that's one girl that I know that could do it. And of course, the witch down here is the real thing, because that's what she does all the time now for a full-time job.
KC3, KXP.
KB2ZVP.
WA2JID.
N1DBL. Go ahead, Tom. Let's see what you have to say tonight.
I'm listening with interest, and too bad you don't have a computer. I'd have you look up to see where I got married. A place called Lilydale, New York. And you're talking about witches and readers and that? Randy, have a computer. If you will, look it up and tell Ray about the place.
What's it called?
Lilydale, it's there by, it's in Chautauqua County. It's by Chautauqua Lake, Mayville, Westfield, in western New York. Lilydale.
Yeah, I know what Lilydale is. I don't have to look it up. I actually know what that is. I've had a little bit of experience in that realm myself, so you know what? As much as I like to twist Ray's nuts, there's a lot of truth to that. My aunt went to a reading, and the woman no paperwork filled out, nothing was done, and my aunt went to a reading, and the lady at the reading said that you've got a brother, right? You got two brothers, and one of them's having bad health issues, really bad health issues. He's got a problem with his heart, and my aunt left there thinking around yellow tractors. My dad worked around Caterpillar equipment his whole life, and my aunt called my dad, and she said, you've got to go to the doctor, because I think you're having problems. Well, he was having chest pains, so he went to his doctor the next day, and the day after that he had a quadruple bypass, and he would have never gone had his sister not told him about the reading that she had. So I'm walking down this path too. I think there's a lot of things that we don't understand.
Yeah, my wife Mary Ellen and her girlfriends, at least once a year, they go to Lilydale for readings.
Yep, I know Lilydale for sure.
Ballsy of them. I wouldn't do it.
I would do it. I told you before. You guys heard the story about my witching, my water witching, my dowsing, and all that, and the ghost walk that we went on to, and the young lady that was raped in a field, that I found her. So I absolutely, positively, there's no question in my mind that this kind of stuff exists, and the right people. Some people have honed their skills, and I think most people have a skill, but I think some people have really, really tried to hone their skills.
Hey guys, I got a question about dogs. Does anybody own a dog, and do they realize that the dog can understand emotions better than we can?
Oh, absolutely. A dog can read a person like you can't believe. So
I mean, it's the same kind of thing. The dogs have a knack, or they have something inborn into them where they can really read emotions much better than we can.
Absolutely, because I had a great dog, and you're 100% right. A dog can tell what's going on long before you can.
Yeah, we have a dog here that's just the greatest dog on the planet. I know he is, and he understands the English language better than a lot of the hams. But anyway, when we're getting ready to go someplace, he knows if he's going to stay or if he's going to go. I mean, we purposely try not to let him know if he's going to go or stay. But yet, no matter what we do, no matter how hard we try, he always knows if he's getting to go for a ride or if he's going to go stay in his crate. So dogs are way advanced as far as reading people more than people are.
Well, that's a very, very, both of you that brought up that point is a really good point, because if a dog can do it, why can't a person do it?
People just don't hone their skills enough.
Well, my dog can sense that my dog can sense that whether you're a good person or a bad person.
Oh, my dog could too. My dog he was better at that than anything I've ever seen. I mean, he would just go right after some people. The second he saw him, he wanted to tear them apart, just like that. And they were always bad people.
I know when I went to Ray's house, his dog would come up and lick my hand and corner my ex-wife and growl at her.
Smart dog.
Man, I love that. I love Gable.
Echo Whiskey, Mike at the top.
You know when my dog growls up any bad lady.
WA2JID at the top.
KB2's ZVP at the top.
KM4 JBL at the top.
KC3 KXP.
10-1 DVL. And the funny thing about it is, I'll bet you if I asked your ex out on a date, I bet you I couldn't lose. She'd take it every time.
I dare you to try.
No, but I'm just saying, that just goes to show you. You try to find a decent girl, you ask them out, you get a rash of crap all the time. You ask a girl like that out, and man, I'd have a date 99 times out of 100.
I think we should try a social experiment.
Okay, I'll tell you what. What's that, the 15th?
No, you can't do that. No, that's different. Okay, you just have to ask her out.
Well, I'll ask her. I have to ask her somewhere. So I said, well, all our ham club's going to this big cookout. You want to come?
Let's not add tension.
No, you can't have her. No, because she would go just to jar my giblets, right? So no, you have to ask her out. Next Saturday.
I got enough trouble with Lisa, Jeannie, and Diane. I don't need more.
I would think that all the hams here would love to have some kind of a social experiment to do. It would be so much fun.
I keep on telling everybody in here how smart I am. Now, I wouldn't be very smart if I got a date with her.
Which one do you like better?
The best one is Rubbermaid.
You know what? We should have a Lily Dale Toad Harbor get-together.
Why don't we call it the Lily Pod, because that's what toads sit on.
The lily pads.
Listen, the priest gave me a long lecture about how to stay as far away from that stuff as you can possibly stay.
Yeah, the Ouija board is a bad one.
Matter of fact, I just saw that on TV not a week ago. They were talking about it, and the Ouija board is the #1. And they said this on TV, and he told me this back in '85. The Ouija board is the #1 thing that causes bad spirits to, take over.
Oh my God! Holy cow! Yeah, I heard a lot of bad things on Ouija boards.
And it's not the Ouija board itself, okay? Understand something. That's just made by Procter & Gamble, some kind of a board. But what happens is when you sit around it, you open yourself up for all these stuff. And that's the problem. It's not so much the Ouija board because it's made by a toy company, but it's when you sit around this and you let yourself be opened up to this stuff. That's where the problem comes in.
Yeah, you know what? You might be right about that, Derek, because some people was not psychic until they were doing that type of stuff.
Yeah, the bad spirits I was around come out of a jug.
I don't know about bad spirits, but I live behind this graveyard, and it is spooky as heck.
You know, I don't buy that. I've been around. I lived around grave sites all my life, and I buried a lot of people. Nelson. You should be careful. But that's legitimate. I have buried a lot of people, and I've never one time. And I've spent a lot of times in graveyards, cemeteries at nighttime, and I've not one time had any experience whatsoever at a graveyard. Not one time.
No, not me either at all. No, I have not experienced anything there. But what about that movie, y'all? The Haunting in Connecticut. Is that based on a true story or no? Or no, not really.
You ever see them? Has anybody? Well, I think Randy saw it, or I talked what's his name into it. What? Oh man, I got these buttons. Oh, I have these buttons pressed in, and I was way real high SWR. And do you notice a difference in my signal? Look at your signal. Look at your meter right now, Randy. 1, 2, 3, 4. What am I giving you?
I was just. You gotta be shitting me. I was just cleaning my glasses. I couldn't see. Go ahead. Try it again.
Okay. What am I giving you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now hang on. Okay. Now like that. What am I giving you like that?
Oh, you're 5 to 10 dB weaker like that.
Yeah, well, that's when I had the buttons pushed in to reverse everything, and it's amazing it doesn't short the amp out. Sometimes I hit those buttons by mistake. Hey, I notice when I spin my inductor on this amp when I'm on 160 meters, if I'm winding the inductor, you hear static. What's that caused by?
Bad spots in your inductor.
Well, maybe it needs cleaning.
If you're hearing crackling, I hear that on mine when I have, if I've got, something going on with it, and I'll stop. And when I start hearing that, I start cleaning it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll pull it down next snowy day. I'm in here. I'll yank it down and do it.
Well, you got to remember though too that you're moving that thing along a plane, and there's just no way to have it a perfect contact at all times. So it's probably nothing to all that to be all that worried about.
Well, the thing is, it started maybe a couple months ago, but I've never heard it before, so it's got to be maybe because I used the wrong lubricant on it. I made my own out of that stuff, and maybe it's not good enough.
Ray, over here, you're 10 over 9, and Randy, you're 25 over 9.
Attaboy, Tom, your dues are reduced for this year.
Who's the weak station?
Somebody just came in all muffled. Who was that?
K89 CHC.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah, Ron.
Hey, I won't stay too long. I'm the weak one out there, I guess. So I guess I'll say 73 to you. I just went down the band, so we'll catch later, I guess.
Hey, how's my signal out there?
I got you 20 over, man. I know you probably can barely hear me with no amplifier, but it is what it is,
I hear you fine. I want to know how Ray's signal is compared to mine.
I'll let him come in there.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
To be honest with you, Randy, you're stronger than he is.
Yeah, but how much? I know I'd be stronger. Come on, let's face it. How much stronger?
I got you 20 over. I got him 15 over.
Ray, you're doing pretty good. Not bad for a beginner.
That is pretty good because I'm only running 1,000 watts or even less. I'm going to have to put the other amp back on.
That's pretty good for a dipole, though.
I'm not sure if I got an amp on. Is my amp on? Yeah, my amp is on.
Okay, let me tell you, Ray, you're 25 over. Randy, you're 30 over. Here in Binghamton, New York.
All right, you can stay.
Well, hell, you guys are almost there to 20 minutes by road.
My antenna's almost hitting his.
If you swing the beam.
Do you know if you ran a piece of coax cable from Randy's house to his house and screwed them to the back of both radios, you wouldn't even be able to hear each other?
That's true.
Well, I don't know if that's really true on 160 meters. I'd have to let me do a little quick calculation.
It depends on how good the coax is.
Well, on 10 meters, there's no comparison. You can't even go a mile. I think on a mile you wouldn't even hear the guy anymore.
Wait a minute, I talked to a guy close by on 10 meters today. He was in Littleton, North Carolina. He was like 30 miles away from me. I talked to him.
You got to listen to what Ray's saying. He's talking about using a coax, a piece of coax, between two radios. No antennas, just a solid piece of coax from one radio to the next radio, 20 or 30 miles away.
Oh, no, I probably wouldn't even hear the guy. Sorry, Ray.
Hey, Randy, what's my signal your way?
Echo Whiskey Mike on the 10.
Go ahead, Ron, try it again.
Yeah, okay, what's my signal your way?
You're almost 10 over S9.
10 for your more.
Yeah, well, hopefully next time you hear me, I'll have my amplifier going.
Just call up a Palstar and order one of the new amplifiers and be done with it.
Yeah, can I put them on? Can I use you as the guy purchasing the amplifier?
Sure. Just tell Paul that I suggest that he gives you the best deal that he can. KB2ZVP.
Randy, who's Ron?
That was that Palstar. I could have just grabbed it off the desk and ran out the door.
Hey, anyway, I just did a quick calculation if I did it right. 80 miles of coax, 80 miles at 0.1 dB per 100 feet. That's a total loss of 422 dB. So if I did it correctly, you wouldn't be able to hear each other. And that's on 160.
Yeah, imagine on 28 megs or something like that.
Isn't it something that signal traveling through the ether has less loss than going down a piece of copper?
Yeah, it's probably 10,000 times less loss or 100,000 times less.
Yeah, if you think about it, right? Now, to me, that makes perfect mechanical sense. There's no resistance through the ether, but there is through the coax.
What's Ron's call?
They say it's the inverse square law to the signal, but I don't believe that. I don't think it's that great.
Ron is Kilo Delta 9, Charlie Hotel Charlie.
All right, thanks, Randy.
You bet. Would you like to communicate with him? I could 10-5 for you.
Oh, that would be great if you could relay for me. The KD9CHC and to Echo Whiskey Mike.
Ron to 10 over here in Virginia.
But Ron, are you still there? Yeah, Gary's calling you. No, Gary, he can't hear you at all. I'm sorry.
I don't think he's hearing you. I don't think he's in there anymore.
Oh, you don't hear him?
No.
Oh, you just got to get a better antenna.
No, he needs a better radio.
Ron, are you still in here? KD9CHC N2 Echo Whiskey Mike hollering.
Hey, wait a second. I have to open my bandwidth up to hear that great audio.
I think our Ron has pulled the plug.
Of course he has. You don't believe Randy, do you?
No, not for a second.
Okay. Just as much as I believe you could park that boat like Captain Ron.
Or Captain Dave.
Ray, I'm going to practice a lot this year.
I can just see you coming into the local eatery, 30 miles an hour, and sliding up to the dock like that. They'd love it.
Not the ones that are sitting at the tables there on the shore.
That's for sure.
Hey, Gary, where do you keep that boat anyway that you have on your Cures That page?
It's in Baldwinsville right now, but I keep it at Sylvan Beach during the on season.
Oh, okay. So you're up there on the what is that? What's the name of that lake up there?
Oneida Lake, and that's the same lake that that's the same lake that Randy is on.
Yeah, this is.
That's what I thought. Oneida. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's where Toad Harbor is. Toad Harbor is on Oneida Lake.
Is that Mark?
No.
Oh, okay, because it sounds a little like Mark, but it doesn't sound like him.
That's Bernie.
Oh, Bernie? Old Bernie?
No, it's not that Bernie.
No, I think it's New Bernie.
Yeah, New Bernie. Yeah, I'm here in Boston. Gary's up in Hollyton. We're about 10 or 12 miles apart here.
What's New Bernie running for a radio?
Kenwood TS 570.
Okay, wow. You need a microphone or something. That thing is not good. Okay, N1 DVL. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm running a Heil microphone.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah, Nelson.
Where's your location again? I forgot.
I'm in Toad Harbor.
And where's that at?
It's on Oneida Lake.
Yeah, north of Syracuse, New York.
Yeah, okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure that I was reading it right there. Yeah, very good there. We used to have a guy that used to drive the DuPont boat from Maine to Florida every day, almost. But he's retired now. He's 94 years old.
Yeah, but none of that matters, Nelson. My only question to you is, am I stronger to you than Ray?
Go ahead, Nelson. Check it out. I put the thing on higher plate voltage, but now you're going to make me go get the other amp out.
No, this is me. That was Ray. This is Randy.
Randy's stronger, and Ray's 10. Randy's 15.
I love this guy. This guy Nelson is a stand-up kind of guy.
You know, that's not much. I think the other amp would do it.
5 dB?
Of course, because we both know that I'd have to push it a little bit higher.
I'm looking at my S meter right now and stuff there without no preamp.
Don't let him beat you, Nelson. You just keep telling the truth, brother.
Well, I'm going to talk my water tonight before I go to bed.
I need me an amplifier too. I'm going to get me this one this summer.
I love that you guys talk to the water.
Hey, I ate Nature's Promise lettuce and Nature's Promise vegetables and some chicken for dinner tonight.
Well, I pray that you live to be 100.
Yeah, so do I.
Can I get an amen?
All I need now is a good woman.
If you live to be 100, I'll live to be around 80. And let's see, no. If you live to be 100, I'll be 90. That's good. I won't even know you when I'm 92. So all you got to do is make it to 100.
Well, I'll tell you what, after what happened to me a few days ago, I would say that everybody should be eating Nature's Promise only. You know, only organic everything. You know, I drink organic coffee because any of the decaffeinated coffee makes my heart skip beats like crazy. I'm not talking about a little bit. I'm talking about if I drink decaffeinated coffee that uses that chemical in it, my heart starts skipping a beat every 2 or 3 beats. I'm talking about like 3 beats, skip, 3 beats, skip. That's how bad it gets. And I drink the naturally decaf, you know, the organic coffee decaf, and it doesn't bother me at all.
That comes from looking at young women.
You know, I thought about what you were saying today. I think about that a lot. I really do think about the natural foods versus processed foods, and I think that you can't go wrong by eating natural foods.
My mom says that the Spring Mountain chicken is a lot better than Walmart chicken.
Well, up at where I go, Stop and Shop, you can buy cooked chicken. They do those cooked chickens in those fancy ovens, and they're Nature Promise chickens, which is raised all with the good stuff.
Ray, you're going to eat so much chicken, you're going to be scratching around picking in your own crap.
Yeah, I do eat a lot of chicken, but I bought a nice steak again, nice beef steak with the grass-fed. What do they call that? What's that good meat? What a difference it tastes too. I will never ever eat another steak that isn't. What's that good quality meat?
You mean Black Angus?
Is going to outlaw that for you.
It's called Black Angus.
Yeah, Black Angus, natural grain-fed Black Angus beef. What a difference! Holy crap! It's like night and day.
Yes, it is. They're fed with organic hay without any chemicals and Roundup area.
Yeah, they feed them with their own crap.
GMO corn.
Yeah, corn made by Monsanto. That's the thing. Monsanto's going through that big suit now. I hope they lose it, and I hope they go out of business. That's the worst thing that company is. That company's killed more Americans than all the wars put together.
They're a multi-million-dollar corporation. You know they're not going to lose.
Multi-billion-dollar corporation.
Excuse me, multi-billion-dollar corporation.
And who was the great idea to put the Roundup into Monsanto? Could that have been, Penn?
And 2 Echo Whiskey Mike on the 20.
And 3 or more.
What was it, Mark? What were you saying?
Penn State was the one that instigated the whole Roundup Ready stuff. It was engineered at Penn State.
Oh, I didn't know that. KB2ZVP.
KC3KXB.
How does it work? Do you know how Roundup actually works?
Roundup works by a glyphosate. It ruptures the cell wall of the living cell, and the cell basically bleeds out and desiccates.
Oh, okay.
And it does the same thing in your intestines, by the way.
Yeah, I heard that on Coast to Coast last night.
So let's spray this, and Roundup glyphosates were also used in Agent Orange. Well, so let's spray this crap on our food crops and then eat it. That's a great idea.
I was looking at the tree today out here in the yard that I sprayed because it had poison ivy growing up the side of it. And of course, I'm one of those guys. I got to admit that if it says use an ounce, I say, well, use a gallon. And I killed an entire tree. I mean, I'm talking my rope is into the tree that my antenna is being held up by right now. I killed the whole freaking tree. It's like a 40 or 50 foot full size tree. I killed it with Roundup.
And you probably have killed yourself with it too.
Well, I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm not joking around here. If all of a sudden I get cancer, I'm going to get onto that super lawsuit that they got against Roundup because I sprayed the hell out of that stuff. I haven't used it much in my life. I haven't used it hardly at all in my life. But the last couple of years, I did use quite a bit of it.
If you get it on you, you just want to wash it off as soon as possible. You don't want to let it absorb into your skin. And you definitely don't want to ingest it.
I was going to say, I can tell you exactly what it tastes like and smells like.
You do not want to get it into your system.
Yeah, it's already in there.
Yeah, I saw that big lawsuit where they advertise on the commercials.
Well, we all got to die from something. I hope it's not that, and I hope it doesn't happen for at least, 25 or 30 years.
You at least got to make it to 80 when Ray's 100.
Yeah, I'd like to get to 80. If I get to 80, after that I'm on borrowed time as far as the way I figure it.
What about that guy on Talk Talk? That he died 64 years old.
Who?
That group singer, Talk Talk.
know what you're saying, Nelson.
You know, can I make a quick statement? Because I'm going to bed.
What?
There's a lot of guys in here, especially tonight, that have really, really, really bad audio. Really bad. So maybe it's time we have an audio tune-up or try to get some of these guys straightened out. Because, you know, you can't really understand half of them very good.
All right, do I got a bad audio?
It's not good. I mean, it's not as bad as some, but it's not good.
It don't sound that bad. Come on.
It's not that bad at all.
There's two examples there of not great audio.
Yeah, it's pretty. Nelson, we've got to get you tuned up there. But you're not terrible, but it's not great.
Hey, Randy, am I that terrible?
I know. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, we've got to tune up Bernie as well. Bernie's got to get tuned up, and Nelson has to get tuned up.
Maybe it's just my voice.
Can I get tuned up? I'm already tuned up.
Those are tough radios. Those old Kenwoods are real tough radios to get to sound good.
Yeah, I can believe that. Okay, I'm going to have to get out of here. I just want to ask a question. Who's the oldest person on this net?
The oldest person?
What night? But I don't know. There's some guys that are in here in their 80s.
Yeah, how old are you, Ray?
I'm going to say Bernie.
Yeah, do you know how old I am?
No.
75.
Well, but you're not the oldest.
Oh, okay. Are you older?
No, I'm 69. But who else is in here? Anybody older than 75 tonight?
I bet K2LTS is probably listening, and he's 80.
Well, he's not talking. He's not here.
Well, anyway, what the point is, I feel great. I'm probably in better physical shape than most people on the radio. So it's all in the genes. I feel like I'm about 45.
Yeah, you're 100% right. A lot's in the genes, and now I'm 100% convinced now that it's what you eat too, because I feel. You know, I stopped eating all that crap, all that stuff with all this crap you're not supposed to eat 3 or 4 days ago, and I'm already noticing a huge difference in the way I feel. So you got to just stay away. You got to eat organic. Eat organic, and that'll add another 10 years to your life easily. Okay, I'm going to bed all 7-3. Don't all say good night. Good night to all. That's all I'm going to say, and see you tomorrow. N1 DBL.
All right, good night there, and hopefully we'll get this thing tuned up.
Everybody say good night. Good night, Ray.
Good night. Good night, Ray.
Good night, Ray.
I hate that. Just good night. That's it. See you later. Yeah.
Good night. Everybody say good night.
Nice tune-up. So that 570 Kenwood, that doesn't have any radio adjustments, does it?
Yo, Ray. Good night. So you're going to bed.
Everybody's talking at once.
Yo, Ray.
The 570 Kenwood guy, that doesn't have internal adjustments in that radio, does it?
I thought he was leaving.
Good night,
Ray.
This is turning like CB. Good night.
Ray.
Sounds like Channel 19, WHJID, 7-3, good night, and we'll talk to you again.
Can I get a radio check?
Everybody wanted to say good night to you, Ray.
Yeah, you started it. You're the jerk because this is your fault, okay? Because now you got some asshole in here who's not even a ham, and you started him up. So you shouldn't do that. You play around too much, and you get all these people who are children acting worse than they normally act. Keep that in your mind, okay? And I'm an expert in that field. I will see you later.
Good night, Ray. Hey, Ray.
Auf Wiedersehen, Ray.
It's the world according to Ray. Good night, everybody. I'm off to bed there. So this is KM4, Golf Bravo Mike.
See you, Nelson.
I guess like my audio. Is my audio sound okay or what there?
Yeah, I'll tell you, it could use some highs. It's pretty flat.
Yeah, that's what I figured there because I end up had to reset the radio and stuff, and I did not know what the way the highs are and stuff there. I gotta be see what it sounds like there. Anyway, thank you a lot there. Yeah, it's a hand stunt mic. Go figure.
Yeah, well, if you add some highs to it, you'd be fine. You're fine. You just need to add a little bit of highs, and you'll be good. I hear somebody way off in the background, but I'm not sure who that is. But they're awfully weak.
Hey. Yeah, they're awful weak there. They're playing around.
Are they down there by you?
No, they're not down by me. I don't know where they at.
So where you be at? That's what I need to know. Where you be at?
This is KM4 GBM. I'm in Bronax, Virginia.
Ah, okay. You're coming in pretty good over here.
What's your call? Pretty good over there.
This is Randy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. No call, simpleton.
So anyway, yeah, this is a lot better than what I did with my 10-jack there. My 10-jack was off frequency and stuff, and boy, it was old.
Yeah, this is a lot better than that radio, because you would come in off frequency and all that, but this is a lot better.
Yeah, this guy sold me his Kenwood TS2000 to me. I've been having this for 2 years now, and I actually talked on 10 meters today. I talked to Maine and Connecticut today on 10 meters.
And 2 Echo Whiskey Mike at the bottom.
Oh my God.
Got to do it.
Is this some kind of a rule or something?
You started at like 4:30 today.
Yeah, we'll get you a golden watch. KB2ZVP.
KC3 KXP.
Have anybody on this band ever talked on 10 meters?
Sure, lots of times.
Thousands of times.
Right.
Millions of times.
Good there, yeah. Anyways, I had tuned up my beam there on 10 meters FM there. I talked to a guy in New Hampshire today.
I didn't know the band was open.
Yeah, the band was open up there because I talked to 29.600 there, the guy from Maine, New Hampshire there, 29.600 there. So we all meet up there. And when they hear me calling in there, they always answer to me there. I don't know why, but Canada was coming in there pretty strong there and stuff, and I had a great day on 10.
I don't think you were on 10 meters.
Yeah, 28.40. Not now. I'm talking about this morning.
I'm sorry, I thought you said 29.00 or something.
Yes, what was it, 10 meters FM, 29.600 on FM Simplex.
Okay, that explains it. Someday those gods will come again. Randy, I can't wait to work you on 6 meters.
CQ6.
CQ6 with 1,500 watts.
We could go there right now.
No, I can't. Antenna down.
I'll just use this antenna. You should be able to use that loop.
It'd be very unhappy. To say the least.
I'm not sure if I could get this. I don't think I could get this amp to work there. I doubt it, a great deal. But I know I can get on 6 meters. I know I can get the band to work with this loop antenna. Well, I used to be able to, but I've changed the feed line. I haven't tried it since. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've tried it since the new feed line.
You install your 6 meter amp? Did you? You still have that?
I need some shut-eye here and try to wake up early in the morning there and try to talk to Ledrick, Connecticut on band tomorrow morning. 7:30, guys.
Good night, Nelson. So I've got a 6-meter amp here. It's an SP220 converted for 6.
Yeah, that's the same thing I have. I thought you had one. I didn't know if you. I thought maybe you might have parted ways with it, but I was pretty sure you still had it.
I'll keep that. Yeah, I'll keep that for forever probably. It's the worst looking amp you've ever seen in your life, but it should put out a good, kilowatt and a quarter, something like that on 6.
That's all you need.
I don't believe it'll do it. K3DRT.
Hey, Dirt Man, what's going on, mister?
Hey, not a whole lot, Randy. Hey, look on your scope there and see if I'm wide or I'm right in where I'm supposed to be.
You look good.
Awful narrow.
Okay, real good. Okay, I'm just running the 100 watts. Okay, well, I'm listening to you guys, but boy, it's pretty busy, and I know a lot of guys work, and I don't want to come in and hold anybody up there, Roger.
Well, you don't worry about that. Nobody else does, so why should you worry about it? Just get in there and raise hell.
Okay, well, that's what I wanted to see if I was in where I'm supposed to be, because up where I operate sometimes, some guys below us said I was extra wide, and I was trying to figure out why.
All you got to do is get the wide load sign out.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, so if I'm all right, then I'm not going to worry about it. They might be running their preamps or something. I don't know what they're doing.
I don't see where you're wide, not here.
Yeah. Well, I'm only up, a little piece from here where I usually talk to Rod, and the guys right below us was complaining that we were wide, and I thought, well, I've never had that complaint before, and I was just running the 100 watts.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it a bit. Not even a little.
Yeah, well, good enough, because that radio you got, that would tell me pretty quick.
I'm not sure what that was. I'm not sure if somebody was trying to get in there or what, but they're light.
There was a light breaker in there.
Anyway, Don, I think you're doing a great job. Not too wide here, not at all.
Okay, very good. That's what I wanted to kind of find out, because I knew, your radio would tell me pretty quick there. And the guys that's complaining, they're down in Virginia, in the lower part of Virginia, and I thought, that's kind of scratching my head,
Yeah, well, maybe you were just real strong to them, and what kind of radio are they running? So you're not doing anything you shouldn't be.
Okay, very good. Yeah, well, the one guy's running the 7600, and I knew Ray and those guys said they're better than the 7610, so I couldn't figure it out.
Well, 7600 is a great rig, but I'll tell you that the only complaint I've ever had with that radio is that they were pretty easily, overloaded. That's a pretty good rig. I loved my 7600, but if somebody was close to me, I would hear it.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. Only I have a Pro 2, and it's the same way over here. I usually run the Orion, all the time there. Okay, well, I don't want to hold you guys up, but I know I looked at your picture, and boy, that new amp looks pretty impressive.
Oh, I'm liking it a lot. It's a good addition to the Toad Harbor net.
Oh yeah. And I looked on there and I couldn't believe how big that tuner is.
Yeah, the tuner's pretty good piece too. I've been building up my station a little bit at a time.
Oh man, well, you got her going there. I'll tell you that. The picture looks real good on QRZ there. I looked at it there. I was telling Rod about it. About you got another amp there and what it was there. he didn't recognize it right offhand, but I said you'll have to go in there and look at it because it's pretty big.
Well, the pictures on my QRZ site are the pictures of my radio, my amp, and my tuner. They're not. That's not a picture of something on the internet. That's the actual amp, tuner, and rig here at headquarters. So, they seem to work really, really good. I've got no trouble with my station. I like it an awful lot. It's nice and easy to run, and I don't have to worry about things popping and things crackling and all that. So I'm pretty happy.
Oh
Well, yeah, it does good. Yeah, I sent my amp down to Tentec earlier on in the week. I was running it one night around 500 watts on the rod, and the next night I turned it on and it wouldn't key. And I tried about everything to get it to key. So I don't know whether the relay went bad in it or just what, but I even took the cable out and crossed it with a screwdriver and everything, and it just wouldn't key. So I thought, well, I wonder, so I put 2 new tubes in it, and it did the same thing. So I sent it on down to Tentec. There's nobody around here that knows how to work on them.
Yeah, well, if it wouldn't key, it wouldn't be a tube, all right? But it wouldn't key no matter if you shorted directly across the RCA, it wouldn't key.
No, it wouldn't key.
Yeah, you got a relay issue there, or a wire going to the relay, or something like that.
Yeah, I looked on the schematics, and it looked like it was 8551 relay. It looked like to me, but I'm not really sure. At first I thought it was a switch, but I kind of ruled out the switch, where you switch it in gear, because it would bump and come on also. It might be mistaken too, but I just sent it on down, and, he said it didn't need the transformer, so I just sent the amp down, and that was only 65 pounds, so maybe he'll get it fixed down there this week.
Yeah, they'll get her dialed in for you. You'll get it back before too long.
Oh, yeah, I never abused it. The hardest I ever run it was 1,000, and, to do 2,300, but, I run it tops at 1,000. And 90% of the time it's 500. So I told the guy, I said, man, I can't believe I would have hurt that thing, but who knows? We'll see what it does anyhow. He didn't act like it was a big deal down at Tentec anyhow. So, okay, well, I want to hold frequency up. I'm going to get ready here pretty soon and go to bed there and get ready for the snow tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, you're 20 over S9, by the way. You're doing a great job. And it's been snowing here all afternoon. I don't know how much we got out there now. Is it, Maureen, do you know if it's still snowing? No? It's not snowing, or do you know? She said it's not still snowing, so the snow has stopped here.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, they said might get between 3 and 7, so I look for 2 inches, and that'll be enough. I'm waiting to mow yard. That's what I'm waiting on. Okay, you guys all have a good one, and you have a good one, and I'm going to shut this thing down and head off to bed. I just wanted to make sure curiosity was getting to me, and I knew my transmit bandwidth was only at 2,700, so how in the world could I be doing anything to anybody? So, okay, you have a good one, and we'll catch you guys another time. K3 DRT.
Well, you've got a great signal here. I can see it clearly on the scope, and it doesn't look like you're wide of bed. 73, Don. Have a good night, and we'll see you later. Good luck with the Tentec folk.
Okay, thank you. We're clear.
And to echo Whiskey Mike, yeah, we missed the 40.
KB2ZVP, just skidding past the 40.
AC3 KXP.
Who else is out there that's listening? Anybody else want to check in? Pretty quiet.
I'll give it time. It's going to wake right up. You're going to see about 15 people popping in here in the next hour.
I won't see them. I'll be in bed. I'm pooped out. I've been working a lot lately. I got to get some shut-eye.
This band was hijacked big time last night.
Well, when they know the Toad Harbor net breaks up, they can use the frequency for their contesting.
No, they weren't contesting at all. They were just rag chewing like we've been doing for the past 4 hours.
Well, yeah, but they'll move in when we're gone. I mean, obviously they're not going to come in here now, Gary. Come on.
They might. Walter stops it down. Wally always comes down in here.
I think it's some of the guys from that 933.
Yeah, if we quiet down, they'll move down here. Usually that's on a Thursday night, though.
And that old Miss net runs Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, and they come in at 10 or 11 o'clock when we get out of here. If we're not here, they'll come in here.
Yeah, they didn't have a chance last night. They were all missed out.
You can tell when they're getting ready because all of a sudden you'll hear 100 guys in there tuning up and trying to make noise and stuff like that to chase us off.
Last night we had Bernie was in there, Tom was in there, Tim was in there, Bart from Canada was in there. Walt, we had Ed, Tom, Paul, Mark, Alan, Eric, Rusty, Frank, and Mark, and Rich even came in.
Christ, it sounds like the Beatles.
It was crazy.
So, okay, here we go. Where's, hang on 1 second. Where's John? RK. I gotta think of John. AA1RK. AA1RK. In thoughts of AA1RK, the next person that checks in that I don't have in my log, we're gonna send a Free Toad Harbor T-shirt to. All comers come now. Wow. You hear that, Gary? Nothing.
Because he knows you're not done with your QSO there. He doesn't come in until all is done.
Where is John? My buddy John. I lost my pen. I dropped my pen. I'm glad nobody came in because I couldn't write it down anyway.
I did. Randy, you looking for a tower?
No, I've got one.
Okay, one of the guys in the club was talking about selling his tower. It's a 100-foot U.S. tower. It's a tilt-over. It's like a crank-up tilt-over.
Oh, I would love to have a tower like that. I've got a Roan 25 130-footer that I'll be putting up this year.
Wow.
It's gonna be that'll be my antenna. That's gonna be my ray killer antenna.
Your ray killer antenna.
Yeah, I don't do anything here that is not designed to just wipe ray off the earth.
All right.
I have to have a mission.
Yeah, this guy, why the guy has this tower, he said his wife didn't want him climbing a tower anymore, so it was a crank up and a tilt over.
Well, if it's a crank up tilt over, she don't climb it.
Yeah, I know. She didn't want him climbing the tower anymore.
Well, you shouldn't be climbing it if it's a crank up tower. Hang on 1 second. I gotta make a phone call. I'm gonna find AA1RK.
Okay.
That guy next to us is so wide, I hope that he's hearing me just as well. N2 Echo Whiskey Mike in Binghamton, New York.
He's not very strong. I can't hear him here down by Erie.
No, he's squealing right in here. I was listening on a 4.4, so that's probably what the problem there. Now he's gone.
All right.
I like to spread it out when Ray's in here. They will hear every syllable that he has to offer.
I haven't changed mine. Mine is 2.3.
That's where I'm at right now, 2.4. But it sounds so pinched up. And that guy's about 3K wide, so it's like I can't lose him unless I get right down to 2.7.
All right. And you're who, sir?
This is Gary over in Binghamton.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is Tom here. I'm south and west of Erie, Pennsylvania.
We had quite a pile up in here last night, Tom.
Yeah, I know. I was going to make a comment or two, and I'll tell you, you couldn't even get in there.
There was a lot of guys in there. That's what I was telling Randy tonight. I was like, holy cow. They took right over there, and no, it was a nice group there. It was nice to hear the band gone along there. So there was quite a good group of guys in here, and that was fun.
Yeah, I hung around here till about 11:30. Then I went to bed.
I stuck in here a little longer, and I kind of fell asleep in the chair and woke up and to static at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I thought I was the only one that done stuff like that.
No, I'm just kind of getting used to the new shack down here downstairs. We just moved down here like three days ago, so still getting things oriented and just listening and doing more improvements, and you're always thinking of something different. It wasn't long, and lo and behold, I looked at the clock, and it was 2 o'clock in the morning. And there was nobody on the band anymore. But so yeah, that was the story last night.
Roger.
Okay, I'm back. KB2's MVP. I had to reach out to AA1RK to get John back on the air.
What did he say?
He says that he's off the air because that guy Gary in Binghamton made him feel like there was some sexual tensions there, and he was a little bit concerned about being on the air.
He got me mixed up with Ray.
No, he kept saying that guy from Binghamton kept telling him he had to ID every 10 minutes. He didn't realize that was the rule.
Hey, what RK? Well, we missed the 50, by the way.
Anyway, oh man, he's a good guy. I miss John being in here at nighttime.
Is he going to make it in June?
I gave him the date. I hope he is. I mean, he's close, so I'd like to see him there for sure.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, last time, a couple years ago there, he made it down there, so that was cool. No, it'd be good to see John.
Gotta be careful. He sandbags a lot.
There he is.
See that little motivation, Randy.
I got to get my brother John to get on the air. We can't have him sit around and not being on the air at nighttime, especially late on a Saturday night or early Sunday morning.
AA1RK for ID here in Connecticut. Good evening, guys.
Big signal.
Good evening, John. N2 Echo Whiskey Mike. Big signal to Binghamton, New York. There, over.
Very good on that. I got nothing on over here. I think I'm actually having problems with the furnace with the amp on, so I'm running barefoot right now.
Maureen asked, how come you're letting us all know you're naked?
I'm a nudist.
She said, you got nothing on. She goes, you got nothing on. That's too much information.
Yeah, but it's the ones that comment are the ones that are really interested.
Oh, that's true.
And I say that in the most respectful way.
Oh, it's okay. She's kind of a free spirit, John. No offense taken, she said.
Hello, Gary.
You know, John, you're 30 over. No attenuation on, but you're 30 over with 200 watts.
Well, that sounds pretty darn good. Evidently, this out of whack loop is working. I had a chance to sweep this thing. I swept it with the tuner. I'm not too happy. This thing is so far out of whack, I'm surprised it transmits. It's way too long.
Well, you sound like you're next door to me right here. I mean, you're doing a great job to me.
And over by Erie, Pennsylvania.
Very good on that. I haven't kicked in, haven't even thrown on the afterburner over here. Yeah, I got just over 600 feet up there. When the weather breaks, I'm going to have Kevin and AA1KN come over, give me a hand shortening that antenna. I think I'm going to pull it back to 530.
Yeah, I did mine. Mine was 550, and that was too long. Now I'm at like 525, and it's perfect now. So I think you've just got too much wire up there.
Yeah, I keyed up on that new band way down low, and the reflect wasn't bad. It's like below 1 kilohertz, 1 megahertz. What in the world is it?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked at that. I know Bruce, KD1 Mountain Whiskey has looked at that band, but I don't know what it is. I know what 1930 is, and that's kind of where I'm sticking around.
Yeah, I was under the impression it was like a 5-watt limit down there or something like that. And I heard two guys, they were burning me down over here. They were running full legal limit, and I didn't even want to key up and tell them. I don't think they were supposed to do that.
Yeah, I think it's a low power, right? Low power limit. I don't know what I don't know. I haven't even looked at that whole situation, so I just know bits and pieces. I know Bruce, KD1 Mountain Whiskey would know. He's pretty up on top of that stuff.
Well, you know, guys, I like listening to talk radio, and I'm one to spin the dial if there's not a lot going on the band here. I'm going to AM broadcast band, and I enjoy it. That's how I started out when I was a kid, playing around with listening to the big stations firing in at night. And then I started working the shortwave receiver on that same radio. I found out I could hear hams on it, so that's what got me into the whole mess.
I remember sitting in our bedroom. My cousin Timmy from down in Texas, he came up, and I heard him say to my brother Boo, "What's Randy listening to?" You know, I had an old Philco radio, and it was my brother Rich's Philco radio that I absconded from, and I would tune the thing off frequency and listen to Morse code, and listening to the guys at the end of the night, yellow, you know, testing their AM broadcast transmitters and all that stuff, and then I would scooch it up. I could just get part of the ham band, the 160 ham band, of course, and I would listen to those guys, and Boo said, "He's just kind of weird. He's just kind of weird listening. He likes to listen to that stuff. He'll go to sleep in a little while." Tell my cousin Tim. So I know just exactly, John, what you're talking about. I used to love listening to the broadcast that were just a little bit out of bands, listening to hams. Oh my God. It was like, you know, when I was a young kid, I would just tune into whatever I could tune into. It was always magic to me then, and it hasn't changed not one iota now. KB2ZVP at the top.
And to Echo Whiskey Mike, I was wondering if you were going to do that.
KXP.
What happened, Gary? Did I beat you to it?
You did too, and it's not even 10 o'clock yet.
Sorry to step on.
Gary is the timekeeper.
Sorry to step on your toes, Gary.
Yeah, you know what you did there.
I did it on purpose too.
Okay, N2 Echo Whiskey Mike at the top.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, at the top.
Okay, KB2's MVP at the top. So, John, can you make the 15?
Up.
Where did John go?
Yeah, I sneezed over here. What was that?
God bless you. Can you make the 15?
I should be able to make that, no problem. That's a Saturday, correct?
It's a Saturday at the park.
He's not like other kids.
I can't get it to stop. I got Mike just sent me a video. Good, Mike.
This is W3KRQ.
KRQ.
Yep, been a long time since I've been here. KRQ, Cincinnati 102 FM.
How you doing?
Okay, how's my signal tonight? I was talking to Don up on 97. We were accused of being wide.
Everybody's been accused of being wide lately. Why is that?
I don't know why the guy said we were wide, but I'm running a Ten-Tech Orion 2 here and running 100 watts. So remember I used to, a year ago I still have it, the FTD X3000, and